in the name of your Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, with the prayer and the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
Manama, mawantog ka. Warpogo iling ko. O Diyos, kahibulungan ka. Busa ikaw lang ang simbahon ko. Busa ikaw lang ang alagaran ko. Hear the trees and flowers bloom. Hear the breezes gently blow. Hear the birds sing merrily, and liberty forever stays. Hear the benches from the sea. Hear the summers live in peace. Hear the thousands cries to pray. Dancing unity. Gallants stand, the people stand, linger with love on the beats of sunrise and sunsets. Our visions will never forget all the strange life our working people left. Zamboanga Sagalos, Bicolanos, Cebuanos, Ilocanos, Sobanes, Colorados, Ilocos, all of them are proud and true. Rejoice, our risen land. With fair shores and mountains filled with treasures, on each land where dreams unfold. Its people marching on to progress, hearts undaunted, brave and true. Hand in hand with other Filipinos, Zambo Sur will make you great. We'll work unceasing, without relenting, for country's might you can count on us. With fair shores and mountains filled with treasures, our rich land where dreams unfold. Its people marching on to progress, hearts undaunted, brave and true. Hand in hand with other Filipinos, Zambo Sur will make you great. We'll work in seasons, without relenting, for country's might you can count on us. Come to beautiful Zamboanga Sur, welcome to God's great gift given to man. Share our joys and sorrows, join in the making of the wondrous land. Zamboanga Sur the bountiful, we love thy whole heart, spirit and soul. We will live for you, we will love for you. Here is the source of one God Sur. Come to beautiful Zamboanga Sur, welcome to God's great gift given to man. Share the joys and sorrows, join in the making of the wondrous land. Zamboanga Sur the bountiful, we love thy whole heart, spirit and soul. We will live for you, we will live for you. Here is the source of one God Sur.
Thank you so much for enthusiastically joining with us virtually in the singing of our national anthem, Down to Zamboanga del Sur March. As we move forward, we shall all listen to the words of welcome from no less than the Chief of School Governance Operations Division, Dr. Ernesto F. Tardo.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning, especially to our schools division superintendents, especially to our schools division superintendent, Dr. Maharani, our assistant schools division superintendent, and Dr. Rio Salvador, Romeo Daligdig, the chief Romeo Daligdig, the CID, Dr. Juliet Magallanes, the CID, Dr. Juliet division research coordinator, Dr. Lito Bahian, together with the resource persons, education program supervisors, public schools district supervisors, PICD, members of the research committee, and teachers, researchers. Pleasant morning to everyone. Learning is the core of the Department of Education's mandate. However, DepEd is not only a learner-centered government institution, it is also an organization that constantly incorporates the learning process in implementing education policies and programs consistent with its vision that DepEd dreamed that every Filipino would passionately love their country and whose values and competencies enables them to realize their full potential and contribute meaningfully to building a nation. While there are myriad of topics to prove in the education sector, the department's research trusts and strategically geared towards supporting its missions to protect and promote the right of every Filipino to quality, equitable, culture-based, and complete basic education where students learn in a child-friendly, gender-sensitive, safe, and motivating environment. Teachers facilitate learning and constantly nurture every learner. Administrators and staff, as the stewards of the institution, ensure an enabling and supportive environment for effective learning to happen. Family, community, and other stakeholders are actively engaged and share responsibility for developing lifelong learners. DepEd ensures that each action are informed by sound and relevance from research. Basic Education Government Act of 2001 underscored the role of action research in the management and administration of the basic education system in every level of the department. It can be school-based, division-based, and even regional-based research guided by the principle of DepEd Order 39, Series of 2016, the Basic Education Research Agenda. The research agenda identifies research topics that will fill in critical knowledge gaps and respond to pressing needs in the Philippine basic education, consistent with the department's vision, mission, and target outcomes, and in line with the local and international development in the sector. To address the gap, we are happy today that all this dream will come to reality through your participation. I would like to acknowledge and welcome every member of the District Research Committee, teachers, researchers, coming from 51 districts who are present in this virtual room. I am praying that you are in good health, stable internet connection, and excited to learn new things in the area of research. Once again, in behalf of our school's division office, I would like to welcome everyone. May we have a fruitful day ahead and God bless us all.
Our sincere gratitude to our SGOD chief for taking the time with an open heart, of course, to welcome all the participants present in our virtual Division Research Festival. This year's Research Festival is scheduled for 5 days. It has been chopped or divided into 2 parts. The first part shall be the research capacity building for district researchers team. That will eventually cover the first 4 days, and the other part shall be the Division Research Congress that would also cover the remaining 1 day. My dear friends, at this moment, we shall welcome on the web our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, at the same time, the Chairperson of the Division Research Committee, Dr. Romy M. Daliti, to walk us through on the detailed activities scheduled or set in the first part of our 5th Division Research Festival. Help me welcome on the web, Dr. Romy M. Daliti.
DepEd Zamboanga through the planning.
Our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maharani M. Jacinto, CISO 6, to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Sir Raymond Salvador, to the Chief of the Curriculum Implementation Division, Dr. Juliet Magallanes, to the Chief of the Schools Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Ernesto Tardo, to the Head of the Planning and Research Section, Ms. Sharon Bana Candilina, to the Research Coordinator of the Division of Zamboanga del Sur, Dr. Lito Bahian, to the schools or to the to the Education Program Supervisor of the SGOD, Dr. Antonio Gano, to the rest of the program management team, my greetings of love, peace, and hope to everyone. I hope everybody is in good health and sound well-being to attend our 5th Division Research Festival. And I'd like to inform everyone on the evolution of the Basic Education Research Fund. It started in 2010 by virtue of DepEd Order number 24 series of 2010, and that is the first memorandum or DepEd order issued by the Department of Education as to the implementation of the Basic Education Research Fund. And it was followed by DepEd Order number 43 series of 2015 as to the revised guidelines of the implementation of Basic Education Research Fund. And by 2016, the Department of Education issued DepEd Order number 39 series of 2016 as to the adoption of Basic Education Research Agenda. And in 2017, the research management guidelines were established by the Department of Education to guide all those research enthusiasts, research champions, to contextualize all our research undertakings and outputs as to the Department of Education guidelines. We were divergent, but it's the Basic Education Research Fund guidelines making us convergent in order for us to harmonize our aspirations, our dreams, and even our outputs as far as research is concerned under the Department of Education. And I'd like also to highlight that in the implementation of this program, we need to start using the clean hands model in designing and implementing programs in the Department of Education, that we would start with the inputs and then activities, outputs, and then we have the outcomes and then impact. And what are these four? And what are these elements telling us? The first one is we have the input, and by virtue of the guidelines set by the Department of Education, we are all guided. And then we have the strategies as to the undertaking of research outputs that we are expected to complete. And today, up to Friday, we'll be listening to the presentations of all the research champions in Zamboanga del Sur Division. And that's for the outputs presentation. And then later on, we will also look into the benefits, and these benefits are captured in the outcomes. Any program is not meaningful if the outcomes are not also surfacing in our midst. And after the outcomes, we need to also identify whether there is an impact, and what is this impact meant by our Department of Education. And this impact refers to the change after enjoying the benefits of our undertakings. So all in all, it's all started with the inputs, the strategies, or the process, and then we have the output, and then after that, it will have the outcomes. And after the outcomes, we have to study if the impact is really that realistic. All this will be undertaken by the research presenters after sharing all their outputs to everybody in Zamboanga del Sur Division. So today, up to Friday, we will be having the 5th Division Research Festival, and this festival comes into 2 packages because we do not like also that our research enthusiasts and champions will not also be updated by the research management and development as far as knowledge management that we are going to have in the division is concerned. So thereby, all of us will really participate in the package 1, because package 2 will be also presented later on as we journey in this research or division research festival. So for the information of everyone, especially those who are really enthusiastic and then very interested in the presentation of our topics and also sharing of our outputs under the research development, and later on we'll have the knowledge management. And that is the aspiration and the dream of the planning and research section, to realize this research development and knowledge management as we journey in this new normal. And I believe we need to have the 5 C's. The first C is courage. So all of us in the division of Zamboanga del Sur are encouraged to try research, because later on you will enjoy the benefits and you will help the Department of Education, especially the Zamboanga del Sur division, to continuously improve in our implementation and provision of the basic education and its services to all our learners, for the love of country and for the love of learners. So first, courage. And this, if you have the courage, you will also engage in equipping further your research capability, and that is what we call competence. Some of us are having this advanced competence, especially those research champions. I know you are one step ahead of those teachers who are just waiting for them to be properly and fully capacitated by research development skills and knowledge management competence. And then we will move to the third C. So first C is courage. Then if you have the courage to try, you will definitely have the competence. Then third C is Christ. Put Christ as the center of all your activities, because this will bring you to a better future, especially those who are aspiring to be a research champion. And then after the C, put Christ, put God in everything that you do. And if you have God and if you have Jesus Christ in your midst, you will have the fourth C. And what is this fourth C? The fourth C is about compassion. You will have to undertake research with a heart, because our ultimate goal is to help the learners, to help the stakeholders, and even help the department and helping the country as a whole. So if you serve DepEd with a heart, then there is no wrong, and you will be bringing the torch of excellence and success in all your endeavors. And the fifth C is charity. Charity means you have to inspire others. Charity means you have to share what you have, and that is under the knowledge management. Your research does not exist if this research will not be published. So our dream of the Zamboanga del Sur Planning and Research section is to bring your outputs outside Zamboanga del Sur office. And we're happy that we have found a very kind and supportive, collaborative partner in the region, and we traverse from Region 9 to Region 10. And this engagement with them will also prove that we also welcome networking and linkages as far as research is concerned. So that is in the person of Dr. Ismael Talili as the focal person representing the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, Cagayan de Oro. And it's his party. So that is really the update of the planning and research as far as research development and knowledge management are concerned. So sharing. So now I'd like to inform you in advance because our research festival comes into two packages. And I would like to present to you, this is a run-through because later on we will have the walkthrough of all these parts of the first package. And the first package includes, number one, research capacity building for the District Research Committee. And those who are also interested from the division office, they are also welcome, cordially and faithfully. Then after that, because there is capacity building, and we are also expected to come up with our outputs. And the next part after the capacity building is the presentation of outputs and a little bit of critiquing, so that we can also present our outputs based on our own understanding, and of course based on our own capacity. And later on, that will be polished, and also that will be improved by our resource speaker. So very good that our resource speaker accepted the invite, that he will be with us in this research festival journey. And then the third part, this is for tomorrow, is the Exploring Jamovi Software on Research. And again, from the Philippine Science High School Management, I'd like to also commend the positive support coming from Mr. Jonathan M. Madrodino for helping us walk through the Jamovi application, which we are going also to use as we move on to the research program, activities, and projects of Zamboanga del Sur Division. And then in the later part, we will be also hearing some inputs on DepEd Order number 39, series of 2016, which will highlight the adoption of basic education research agenda. To be capacitated and trained virtually on plagiarism, detection, writing styles, and formats. And then we will have the action research proposal parts, which we also consider as the anatomy of action research. So these are the things included in the first package of the 5th Division Research Festival. So again, I'd like to also remind you, all researchers, research enthusiasts, research champions, to put in your heart, impress in your mind and heart, the value of HAPIRA. And what is my meaning of HAPIRA? Happily aspiring, perspiring, because you really have to undertake and make extra effort and even extra mile to improve our research. And then later on, inspire. Happy, H-A-P-I. How are you? Howdy? HAPIRA. That should be your answer, because HAPIRA rejects positivity and consider the silver lining of research undertaking. Do not be afraid of research, because research is just a matter of thinking, feeling, and then acting. So you have to act out what is your dream, what is your personal aspiration, for us to be considered in our continuous improvement activities and initiatives of Zamboanga del Sur Division. So HAPIRA, H is happily, A is aspiring, P is perspiring. You have to do, you have to execute, and you have to implement. And then I is inspiring. What is the meaning of RA? Of course, we have to attach and associate that with research agenda. So HAPIRA, how are you, my dear researchers, research enthusiasts, and research champions? Your answer should be HAPIRA. Happily aspiring, perspiring, inspiring under the research agenda. So for all of us in Zamboanga del Sur, let us researchers Zamboanga Sur. Sur High. My dear researchers in Zamboanga del Sur Division. So to all of you, God bless, good luck, and move forward.
Okay, so thank you so much to our OIC, Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Romy Daligdig, no, the research king of Region 9 and now in Zamboanga del Sur Division. So thank you so much for taking the honor of informing our participants on the things that are in store for us on the first part of this whole week activity. To add color and shed light in our doings, let's hear an inspiring message from our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Maharani M. Jacinto, CESU 6. Ma'am, you may please take the time now. Ma'am, you may take the time now, ma'am, for your message.
I'm bothered with that background music. It's too loud. Okay, thank you very much. So, good morning to everyone. Happy Monday. And I would like to, of course, commend the conduct of this activity because this will pave the way to we are having difficulty as to how to address the root cause of the different problems inside and outside our classrooms to address difficulties in improving teaching learning situation. As mentioned a while ago by our SGOD chief, of course, it's very clear in our mission that as an institution or educational institution, we continuously improve. And this is to, of course, to be able to provide and achieve quality education. So with this, in the old days, teachers actually tried to address problems affecting teaching learning. And they are doing this action research. But these action researches would only address problems that commonly hinders the delivery of instruction in the classroom. By the birth of this DepEd Order 24 Series 2010, it formally provides the avenue for our educators from the top management down to the frontliners, the teachers, to officially conduct researches. And these researchers, of course, been proven to be very effective, considering this is the process where our scientists follow. It's a systematic way and intelligent way of addressing problems, not only curing the outer part, but making remedy to address the root causes of our problems. Let's bear in mind that in the conduct of researches, it doesn't mean that all of this is applicable to all situations. Every research vary, and it also addresses different situations. So let's capture this opportunity to learn the researches of the different proponents, because this might be the one that we need to address certain problems or problem that is occurring within an area. It might be in Josefina or in Bayog or in the entirety of the district or the division office. Because there are certain hindrances that largely affect a certain area due to its affecting factors, which might be the economical status of the parents or the area itself because of its terrain, wherein learners have difficulty in going to school and wherein parents experiencing poverty, while areas where families are more fortunate than the others requires also other way of addressing gaps in teaching and learning situation, because they're also of course there's also bothered by another factors which brought by might be the development of technology in their place, or for being progressive, wherein a lot of distractions are around which will hinder the capacity of the learners to be more focused on their learnings. So different researches addresses different situations. So it's very important for everyone to understand that researchers are just references. You know better your problem and you know better how to address your problems inside your classrooms. This time, it's very timely considering the situation alone provides us the opportunity to concentrate more on researches, given that we cannot just move and act as normal as we did in the past. So it's very timely for the different proponents to concentrate on their researches, and this might be one of our avenue to help all districts within DepEd Sambusor, and might be this will also be adopted by the region and other divisions of this peninsula. As you listen to the talks of the chief of the Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, you are given a lot of information. So you're bombarded with information from different sources. What is important is you are able to understand that these researches is not just for compliance, but this is your tool to improve professionally, educationally, morally, and of course, socially, because this is education. And education is always coupled with researches. The best way to identify why certain situation is existing. But the bottom line is the impact of these researches. That's what we are looking to, and we are looking forward to see. This will all be nothing if not applied and proven effective as a means to address the problem that you identified in your certain area. So the end is very important. Our delivery of quality education. We do always speak of quality, and this research is of quality. When we speak of research, we mean quality. Quality in addressing the problem. But it also matters the efficiency of the implementation of that quality. And this will involve now the people, the management, the middle managers, that from we expect of them to be after the implementation of the different researches that we have at hand. So thank you very much that you're very responsive to the call of this Congress. So I'm congratulating everyone from the top down to the proponents, and I'm hoping for a productive research Congress wherein everybody's hoping that in the end it will help us improve our processes, especially the teaching learning situation in our respective areas of DepEd Sambusur. And once again, have a wonderful and fruitful Congress. And this may the start of a more improved and productive convergence of all educators, from the management to the frontliners, in addressing the different factors that hinders the learning of our learners. So good luck to all of us, and once again, good morning.
Okay, so thank you so much, Ma'am SDS. Thank you for that very fantastic message. Let you know that each time we hear you, we always pick something new up from your words of wisdom. Your talk was brilliant indeed, so you truly inspired us all, and certainly your positive energy will carry us throughout the duration of this research festival. As a gesture of putting emphasis on the value of one's presence and participation, we shall be giving them warm introduction and formal presentation in order to let them feel important and treasured. To do the task of presenting our set of participants, let's all welcome in our Division Planning Coordinator 3, Madam Sharon Gay B. Cadilenia.
morning, everyone. To present the participants of this 5th Division Research Festival, I'd like to present to our Regional Director, Ma'am Isabelita M. Bores, CESO 3, and to our Schools Division Superintendent, Ma'am Maharani M. Jacinto. The participants of this festival are 33 public schools district supervisors, 19 principals in charge of the district, 52 district research committee, 416 district research committee teams, 20 schools division research committees, 5 research judges, 5 SDO researchers, 100 district researchers, 2,000 DepEd Zamboanga del Sur Division teachers, 24 Division Research Festival Program Management Team, 5 research tabulators, 5 research panelists, 5 research poster panelists, and 5 research intervention panelists. To add, there are about 2,694 participants for this 5th Division Research Festival. Thank you, and I'd like to welcome everyone. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Sharon, for doing the honor of presenting our participants in this 5th Division Research Festival. So I know, ladies and gentlemen, that all of us in this virtual platform are in our in-depth level of thinking with anticipation that this virtual activity will swing out smoothly with less of interruptions from the web or even from the environment of our respective participants. In order to attain these aspirations, all of us must submit ourselves to the ground rules that are considered as important part of virtual meetings because they may guide the behavior of everyone attending. At this point in time, we shall give the moment to our SEPS HRD, Mr. Ebenezer B. Maliray Jr., to do the honor of presenting the set of protocols on online activities. Sir M, you may take the web now.
Hello everyone, good morning, and I am happy to share to you our protocols for this very important online activity. I'm sure you all of you know how to act on activities like this, but we are just here to remind you on your participation on this online activity. We are now on our Teams Live. Your microphones may not be turned on, but you can give your messages or your chat in our chat box. So you use the chat box for sharing of thoughts and questions. And if you are going to share these messages or questions, please keep them at a collegial level or in an academic level. So that is our number one reminder for all of you. Ensure that your screen is always on at all times. Turn your speaker on only when you want to speak. If there is a chance for you to turn on your microphones, always identify yourself in your chat or message and ask permission from the moderator, and wait for the previous question or idea is answered or presented. This is just a reminder for every one of us for today and for the coming days that we remember to smile. What does it mean to smile? S stands for stay focused. Stay focused on this very important activity. M stands for make no distractions. I stands for indulge in the discussions and presentations, because that is very important. We have very important lecturers and speakers, so we indulge in the discussions and in their presentations. We also listen attentively to our speakers and to our moderator for very important instructions. So that is L, listen attentively. And of course, E stands for enjoy learning. These 5 days is packed with learning, so I hope, or we hope in the production team, that you enjoy the learning that we'll have for this week. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, so thank you so much, Sir M, for presenting to the participants our set of ground rules. So after presenting the ground rules that all of us are bound to adhere, I will bring you forward to the next part of our activity that bears equal amount of importance, the kami activity, and it is in here where participants will be given proper orientation that pertains to the rules related to the quality assurance, monitoring, and evaluation. To do this in detail, my dear friends, this will be put into life by no less than the Kami King, the SEPS Arturo Jr. S. Antiquina. Sir Jong, take it away.
Zamboanga del Sur Division, one of the largest divisions in Zamboanga Peninsula, has been the
According to Palumba and Banta in 1999, the important question is not how assessment is defined, but whether assessment information is used. Pleasant morning, everyone. Monitoring and evaluation always play a vital role in every program. Thus, in this 5-day activity, everyone must comply the online evaluation. I will be giving you the online evaluation rules. Number 1, everyone must submit online evaluation using laptop or Android phones following the links to be announced at the end of the day. Make sure that you are using your DepEd email account in accessing the link. For Android phone users, make sure that your DepEd account sync into your phone. For those accounts who are Android phones who have multiple accounts, you have to make sure that the DepEd account is working in your phone. There will be daily online evaluation which will be opened at 4:30 p.m. of the current day until 10 p.m. of the same day. Links will be posted at the end of the daily sessions. What you're going to do is type the link in your internet browser to view the online evaluation platform. Answer all the items required. Your compliance to the online evaluation is one of the bases for your certificate of participation as per NIAP guidelines. Should you have problems in accessing the link, please course through your concern to your school SMME coordinator or your school district SMME district coordinator or to the district ICT coordinator. Continuous improvement is better than delayed perfection, according to Mark Twain. So I am expecting everyone to please comply the online evaluation. Thank you very much.
Okay, so in as much as we care,
Zamboanga del Sur Division, one of the largest divisions in Zamboanga Peninsula, has been the forefront of innovation and exemplary services even amidst the challenges posed by this pandemic. Led by its school's division superintendent, Dr. Maharani Jacinto, and through its more or less 10,000 personnel, it has remained dedicated in its pursuit for excellence and its mandate of ensuring the delivery of quality basic education to its learners.
okay, so thank you so much, Sir Jong. So in as much as we care so much about the concerns of every participant, we encourage or advise every attendee to just write down your questions, queries, or clarifications on the topic or topics presented by our speakers. We have assigned persons who will surely take note of your questions for it to be bridged out to the speaker in order for him to address your concerns. We will reserve portion of our time intended for question and answer. So congratulations everyone. So we are now in a point where the highlight of our activity starts to unveil. It's the research capacity building proper. It is in this premise where we will all be under the care of our first resource speaker. But before we got to know him, he will be given first a warm way of introduction. And to do the honor and pride of introducing him, let's all welcome back our SEPs in HRD, Mr. Ebenezer B. Malilay Jr. The web is yours now, Sir M.
Our resource speaker is a professor of research and technology communication management, at the same time the director for research at the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, or USTP. To leverage his commitment to quality education, he continually sharpens his skills and expertise as an accreditor, published researcher, book author, and trainer in various capacities in the Philippines and abroad. He has written and published scientific articles in local and international scientific journals. Corollary to his drive for scientific investigation, he has presented papers in various conferences here and abroad, one of which won Best Paper at the 2015 International Conference on Media and Film Studies in Beijing, China. Given his accrued contribution to higher education, he was recognized Outstanding Pilgriminian for Research and Educational Development in 2014. For almost a decade now, he has been teaching English language, research and technology, communication management. At present, he sits in the International Multidisciplinary Research and Development Incorporated as its vice president. Our resource speaker is a graduate of allied academic programs in mass communication, cum laude, technology communication management, literature and communication. Now, he concentrates on finishing another doctorate degree in philosophy, major in research and evaluation as a government scholar. Our resource person strongly believes in the significant role of research and innovation in problem solving and decision making. He is also our consultant for the Division Research Journal. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Ismael N. Talili.
Sir, good morning. Dr. Talili, you are live now. Leaving.
Wala siya, na-disconnect siya.
Hello, good
Doc, you
morning,
may start
everyone.
now. You are already live.
Yes, I'm very sorry because my signal here was interrupted earlier. So, am I audible this time, Mr. MC? Hello?
You may proceed now, sir.
Yes, am I audible to everyone?
Yes, sir,
Am
you're
I
already
clear?
heard.
All right, thank you so much. So, first of all, I would like to extend my congratulations, okay, to the division of Zamboanga del Sur for coming up with this 5th Division Research Festival, okay? This is actually the second time I heard of this name of an activity or research event. The first time I heard of this was in 2013 when we had our World Research Festival. Okay. And I was surprised to hear from Dr. Bahian that this term, no, as a name of the event, Research Festival, is used by the division of Zamboanga del Sur. So it's very amazing because the name of the event itself will tell us that there are many things that we can do. There are many things happening in the next few days. So that's very exciting. And personally, I'm so excited also to share to all of you my experience, my expertise in research. And much as I would like to share to all of you my own story, why I was able to pursue my career in research, why I reached this far in my career in research. It's a long story to tell, but if I may summarize, there is one thing that made things happen to myself, okay? That is my motivation, okay? Apart from passion, apart from the insults that I have received from others in the past, I actually consider those things positive motivation, okay? Extrinsic motivation for me to pursue a career in research. I did not feel I was down when I had those kinds of humiliations, but I consider them motivation for me to continue, just like what Miss Dr. Daligdig mentioned earlier. Let's continue, let's move on to the next levels of our career, of our activity as professional researchers. So, having said that particular statement of Dr. Daligdig, I hope everybody is encouraged to pursue in love research, because I'd like to agree with him that research is nothing, there's nothing to fear in research. It's not something that you are afraid of. And research is not a difficult thing. And you know that in research, we have many things to accomplish and be proud of ourselves, being contributors to knowledge creation. So, my talk this morning, or even until tomorrow morning, okay, I was actually invited to share with you, okay, some inputs, some insights on writing technology-based action research. I'm so excited to share this with you because based on my experience also and based on what I have observed, action research is one of the things that many teachers, sorry to say this, many teachers in DepEd are, confused, and it becomes a misconception because to them, action research is like an experimental laboratory or field research, okay, which is not, okay, which is a misconception. So later on, I'd like to elucidate these things. I know there are many participants we have this morning, not only plain teachers, but we also have heads of different schools, supervisors, research coordinators, and to me, this is the best time to enlighten everyone about the workings of an action research. So I'd like to share, okay, let me share my slide for everybody to know and see what I am talking about in the next few hours. All right, so this is my presentation for today. It's writing technology-based action research. Now, why I use an adjective here, technology-based action research? It's because the point here is a teacher or anyone who likes to conduct action research needs not to worry about what will happen after the undertaking or what to do in order to be successful with action research. Now, the point here is you don't need to visit or go to libraries, okay, physical libraries. You don't need to travel to go to, big libraries in the Philippines, or if you want to go to libraries abroad, there is no need to do that, unlike before. So gone are the days when we went to big libraries, we went to, libraries of prestigious universities just to grab books and find out related literature to our own research. Okay, so I would like to introduce to you in the next few hours, particularly in the topic writing intercontinental literature review. Okay, that is one important thing I would like to share to you, especially to our DepEd teachers, those who are directly doing action research, though I'm not saying that action research is exclusive to classroom teachers. In fact, later on, I would like to share with you the types of action research. And in that manner, those research coordinators or even supervisors or even the superintendent, if they have time, I would appreciate that one to conduct district-wide action research for them to explore the problems and find solution to the problem and try to see by themselves the improvement of their educational practices. So our objectives for today is, number one, I would like everybody to understand fully, okay, very clearly, what an action research is. Okay, this is actually to break misconception. I would like us together to get a very clear understanding of an action research as a qualitative approach of research. And then second, I would like you to gain knowledge of writing and conducting an action research. And then I hope if we have time tomorrow, I hope to hear from some of the participants their action research concept or proposal that we can probably evaluate or that we can probably discuss for them to pursue an action research. And then number four, which I did not include here, our objective today and tomorrow also is to discuss, okay? Discuss, share the workings of action research. There is no monopoly of knowledge here. So I would like to hear also from research coordinators here, their experience, their predicaments in the past, if there were predicaments that they have experienced. I also would like them to share success stories, okay? Caveat in action research that they would like to share, or anything that you would like everybody to know about action research. So please feel free to share. You can type in your comments, you can type in your questions, you can type in your discussion statements that we can probably give time later on. Although I understand this kind of platform, okay, prohibit you from talking. But I'm pretty sure, I hope also that you can all sustain with the lecture, with the sharing that we will do in the next few hours. Okay, let me share with you what will happen today. So the first session today will be allotted on overview of action research as a qualitative inquiry. Okay, let me emphasize this. This is a qualitative inquiry, not a quantitative inquiry. So you don't have to worry here about statistical techniques, okay, particularly for quantitative approach of research. Now, later on also, before I forget, for you to get a very clear understanding of an action research, I will be sharing with you my own action research, which was published already in a reputable journal, which I would like everybody to follow suit very soon. I would like you to disseminate your research findings either in research conferences by presenting the results or by publishing the research paper in reputable journals. Next topic for today, we get started with action research. Know how to get started with action research. I think it's encapsulated under this overview of action research. We will also be talking about planning action. I will show you the steps in conducting action research, step by step, so that you will follow through how an action research is done. And then we will also talk about, for today, later this afternoon, organizing and reviewing literature. I will introduce to you the intercontinental approach using the online facility. Again, you don't need to go to the library. You don't need to travel, to go to Manila, to go to other universities abroad, just to collect data or just to read related literature. I would like to share with you the beauty that the internet can bring us as researchers. And then the last topic for this afternoon, we will be delving into formulating problem statement. So I know there are many of you here listening in the virtual room, as mentioned by Dr. Daligbig. I like the term, very overwhelming, that there are many of you here who are research champions, okay, research experts. So I would like those of you to give credence to that label, research champions, research experts, okay? Now, I am also impressed with the theme of this year's Division Research Festival, which is DepEd Zamboanga del Sur, Gateway to Research Productivity, okay? So that is very much inspiring, it's very much motivating when each entity from DepEd Zamboanga del Sur is claiming that this division, their division, is a gateway to research productivity. And I would like to join you in a prayer, in your vision, to realize that. In fact, I am so grateful, I'm so proud of my dissertation advisee, Dr. Bahian. That was, I think, 5 or 6 years ago, and seeing him or seeing those of them, my advisees in their dissertation, who are now very successful in their respective careers. I'm so proud of them. In particular, I'm proud of Dr. Bahian because of his burning passion in research, because of his desire to share, to propagate the idea of research. And in fact, we have a project that has started, last month. It's actually coming up with a research journal for DepEd Zamboanga del Sur, and I'm so excited also. And I know everybody is excited for this particular project because, as far as I know, it's DepEd Zamboanga del Sur who is first coming up with a research journal. And this is a great time, this is a perfect opportunity to you guys to pioneer the publication of a research journal. So I will walk with you in this particular journey. And from USTP, we are so glad to be of help for this particular project. All right, for tomorrow, we'll continue our discussion on the methods of instrumentation. Okay, instrumentation actually is a long process, so to speak. Okay, maybe to others, when they say creating an instrument will just happen in a day. Maybe if their advisor, if their supervisor would ask them, where is your instrument? Maybe to them, it's easy because they can provide in 2 or 3 hours. But instrumentation is a process, okay? We will share, or I will share with you tomorrow, what are those important elements or components in the instrumentation as a process. And then we'll also talk about qualitative data analysis. Again, generally, action research is conducted as a mixed methods research, okay? Just to give way to doing triangulation as a validation technique, okay? But never is action research quantitative holistically, okay? So those of you who are so scared, sorry to say that, there are many, but there's nothing to worry about quantitative research. We have already software, okay? We have already SPSS, we have already Minitab, and I know one of the speakers you have invited in the next few days will do a lecture on the workings of another software to analyze quantitative data. There are also softwares for qualitative data, and I think I cannot, I cannot share those things with you because of time element. Maybe we can have that one in the next trainings or congress, okay, God willing. And then I am supposed to discuss with you, to share with you, the APA writing format and style, 7th edition. But when I take a look at the program, it's Dr. Bahian who will talk about this. So I will drop this in my list. We'll proceed tomorrow to crafting AR title. I will share with you how to craft an action research title that is publishable, that is attractive to editors, that, that encourages or attracts people to read further your action research paper. And then last but not the least, we will be talking about packaging a publishable action research paper. I don't think it's important at the moment or tomorrow because I think Dr. Daligdig will be discussing the packaging or the format, or I think he mentioned this morning the anatomy of action research prescribed by the Department of Education. So I think I have to clarify this with Dr. Bahian if I will include this in my talk tomorrow. Okay, so this is my very first time to use the Microsoft Teams platform, and well, to me it's something new, and I have no choice. Okay, we have this kind of platform already, much as I would like us to use other platforms like Zoom or WebEx, so that each one of you listening to me right now can be given opportunity to interact with me, to ask questions, but I understand the objective or the goal of the organizer of this Congress, that in order for anyone or for many of you talking at the same time, because that is actually a grave interruption to the speaker's lecture, especially that when there are sounds also of dogs barking in the background, cats are passing at the back, unnecessary sounds. So I think this is also better if we mute the listeners, and then, but the disadvantage here is we only have one-way communication, okay? it does not allow two-way. But I understand based on the protocol or the guideline on online activity, the presenter this morning said that you can type in your questions, your comments, your sharing on the chat box. Okay, so to get started, let's not delay everything because it's, I think, almost 10. In my watch, it's 9:54, so we need to get started. Now, as an introduction, in undertaking an action research, now particularly in the academic institution, in the academic community, expectedly the teachers are doing action research. Okay, expectedly. That is already an assumption that we teachers are doing action research. In fact, in the higher education, particularly at the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, where I work as the director for research, in each of us in the university, we are actually, obliged, or we are encouraged to do research because of our trifocal functions. Okay, as higher institution, we have trifocal functions. First is instruction, that is why we teach. Second is research, that is why we need to conduct research. We need to collaborate with industry, with community, with government, and all other academic institutions. And then the third one is extension. That is when we use outputs of research, particularly those outputs of applied and developmental research, into an extension research or extension project. That is actually our mantra this time. So we do not conduct extension project without using outputs of research. So whatever will be the outputs of research, that should be carried on to an extension project. Okay? So I hope you can do that one in the Department of Education so that when you decide on a particular extension project, although I understand you need to conduct needs assessment survey, but at the very least, you have already that confidence that this particular solution to a problem, okay, in the community, for example, will be much more successful and highly relevant because these are products of research. Okay? Now, according to Dr. Saleh, teaching cannot be left to a certain magic formula. Okay? I know everybody would agree to this statement of Dr. Saleh. Teaching cannot be left to a certain magic formula. So, if you try to look back the years or the first year when you started as a classroom teacher, I know how much you worried. I know how much you are tense. I know how much you are nervous at that time, okay? I know others also how much they were excited, okay, to step in the classroom and start talking and meeting their students or pupils. And then in terms of effectiveness, in terms of expertise, in terms of building on their mastery of the subject, of delivery, on the pedagogy, I know, okay, all of you would agree with Dr. Sally that these things cannot be left to a certain magic formula. The naked truth, ladies and gentlemen, is in complex classroom, okay, or complex classroom is challenging for teachers, okay? This is because the classroom is a dynamic place, okay? We have many things to mind in the classroom. We have many things to attend to in the classroom. Student or problems with students, concerns on parents, concerns on colleagues or fellow teachers, concerns on your superior, okay? Concerns on the janitors, concerns on the pupils, performance, no? there are many things that we mind in the classroom. So that we should always say that a teacher should do an action research. So according to Dr. Sally again, with so much going on at any given time, how can a teacher be sure that what he or she is doing is making positive impact on students' learning? Okay, I know all of you, not only the classroom teachers here, I know the supervisors, the research coordinators who were once a classroom teacher. I know you can relate to this, or even up to this point in time, how can you perform, how can you give a positive impact sorry, on your students' learning if there are many things that you need to perform or deliver at any given time. So a matter of time management here. So I always say this to my students, both in the undergrad and graduate levels. I don't want to hear from them if they fail to submit a course output, for example, or requirement or paper because of the fact that they are busy. Okay, that's actually an old reason. That's actually a reason that is abused by many people. So we don't want to hear that you're busy, you're this in the workplace, you have many meetings, okay? That's already assumed. What we can do, what we can grapple is to manage time wisely. Okay? So again, let's stop doing that particular, using that particular reason, busy or busyness. Let us find time for each thing that we need to deliver or perform, particularly in doing an action research. So my challenge to all of you, whether you are a classroom teacher or supervisor or research coordinator, you have to perform or do an action research. So considering the many problems we have in the classroom, the question is, or in school, not only in the classroom, but in school in general, in the entire district, in the entire division, what should be done to improve our own practices? So this is now the essence of action research, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? So the keyword here, the magic word here is improvement of our educational practices. So we do action research because our ultimate goal is to improve our own practices. Okay? So please don't forget that. Our goal is to improve our practices. That is why we need to conduct an action research or AR. Okay? So come to think of this teacher. Okay? This teacher is doing a self-reflection. Okay? So he has many things in mind. Okay? Minding his teaching as a career. Minding his and the students' practices in the class. His own practices as a teacher. Okay? He's also minding students' learning. Sometimes, no, for a highly dedicated teacher, a highly passionate teacher, he or she has to worry all the time students' learning. And that teacher, okay, that you can see on screen is also minding on habits. You know, negative habits, if done most of the time or repeatedly, is something that becomes a walking disaster to you. Meaning it may ruin your ideals. It may affect negatively your objective, your vision, your purpose. So we have to mind our habits. Let's assess if the habits we've been doing for how many years, how many months, how many weeks or days can contribute to the kind of educational practice that we are aiming for. Okay? That teacher also is minding styles in teaching. He is also minding styles of students in learning. Okay? So if you try to look around, if you try to just reflect, if you try to just stop and think and reflect, okay, you have actually many things to address. You can think of many things to worry. You can reflect on many things to find solution. You can think of many things in and out of the classroom, in and out of the school to improve, okay? Of course, including parents, okay? The external stakeholders, you have to mind them. You have to consider them as you do teacher self-reflection. AR or action research, by the way, is collaborative inquiry. Okay? It is a collaborative inquiry. Though a teacher can carry out a particular action research himself or herself, but usually I advise beginners to work collaboratively with experienced action researchers. Okay? For them to swim or dance with the music very seamlessly than conducting action research for the very first time himself or herself. Okay? So I encourage those of you here listening to share your own experience on doing action research and then learn to be open-minded, learn to be a wide reader, and get updated of what are the current trends or methods associated to research, particularly in action research. AR also is in AR because it is an emancipatory research, okay? It's free of constraints. You are free here of things that you want to do as long as your objective is clear. That is to come up with a solution, or we call that one in AR an intervention to the problem you have identified and try to document or report the improvement of that particular practice that you have wished you have addressed in the past years. That is also an action learning. So we have the problem, we have the intervention, and then we see improvement. Or if there is a little improvement, then it is our time to probably double the efforts, double the time for us to further hit the target for a particular action research. And it is a contextual action research, meaning it can happen in the classroom, okay? It could be later on again, I will share with you the types of action research. And it is participatory research. So participatory because stakeholders, for example, your learners, your students or pupils, or even the parents, depending on the subject or objective of your action research, can participate in the study, in the action research. Now let's define first what action research is. Okay, for you to get a clearer idea of what an action research is. Okay, in the first place, according to one definition, AR involves problem solving. Okay, it involves problem solving. If the solution to the problem leads to the improvement of practice. So again, the keyword here or keywords here in AR, if you talk about AR, you have to have a solution or intervention to the problem that you have identified, okay, that will lead to the improvement of a particular educational practice. So I hope this is very clear. Another definition I would like to share with you is AR uses action as a means of research. It's a planned change is implemented, monitored, and analyzed. So the main concern here is about change. So I would like to underpin this, that when you do AR, your main concern is to introduce change. Okay? Introduce change in the educational practice to impact teaching and learning. Okay, the bottom line here in all the definitions I have shared is AR involves the gathering of evidences about practice. Okay, it involves teachers trying to see the effects of planned change in their practice, strives to be systematic and rigorous. So this is how we encapsulate the definitions I presented to you earlier. So these are the characteristics of AR. It is emergent process, okay? Because as you collect data, there are ideas, there are concepts, there are variables that may emerge, okay? Second, it is a repetitive process which converges towards a better understanding of what happens. Meaning to say, if after doing AR, if you think your objectives are not completely achieved, you can redo. You can repeat the process until such time that you will get or achieve what you want for your AR to achieve. Third, it is participative. Okay, that means change is usually easier to achieve when those affected by the change are involved. So there is actually a collaboration here. There is actually responsibility here. So if you're engaged in a particular AR because you are one of the stakeholders, but the challenge here is for you to really work closely with the researcher, okay? So that that particular improvement or change that you wish you have taken will be easily achieved. And last, AR, I repeat this, I have to emphasize this, action research is qualitative, okay? So later on, we will take a look at the process, step by step, so that you will understand that AR is largely qualitative in nature than quantitative. Although again, I said earlier that AR may also be done using mixed methods, meaning coming up with a qualitative approach and quantitative strategy or data. You merge them together as you analyze and interpret the results, okay? That already is mixed methods. But you have to be very careful, okay? Because others to them, no, a matter of caveat, and according to them, when there is this number and when there is this text joined together, discussed in a paragraph, that is already mixed methods, which is a big no-no, okay? So I hope DepEd Zamboanga del Sur will be coming up with a training on using mixed methods of research. So what does AR do? It investigates everyday problems experienced by teachers, okay? All you need is a general idea that something might be improved. So look around, reflect, discuss with your colleagues. What is that something that you need to improve? Okay? What is that something, usually a practice, that you need to change for the better? Okay? So when is action research used? Well, usually in real situations, rather than in contrived experimental studies, since its primary focus is on solving real problems. Again, real problems. We are talking here of real problems. Okay? Subject of your action research may be about learning, maybe involving students or pupils, your learners, your students. AR also may involve, teachers, because your concern is to improve teaching, Okay, so it depends on your research objective. So these are the types of action research designs. First is practical. Okay, practical because it focuses on teacher development and student learning. Okay, so we're minding here practices. In general, educational practices. Okay, it's leading to the teacher as researcher. Okay, so it's always nice to think about if a classroom teacher is also a productive researcher, giving justice, giving premium to your theme, Zamboanga del Sur, Gateway to Research Productivity. Okay, the second action research design is participatory. So while also focus on addressing a specific local problem or classroom problem, AR attempts to empower participants or bring about social change. Okay, social change, emphasizing equal collaboration. So when it's going to be a team action research, there is an equal footing, there's a strong collaboration among each member of the team engaged in action research, plus the stakeholders whom you think should also be engaged in your action research undertaking. Okay, so let's talk about starting point of AR. Okay, I heard from others out there, even my students, when we asked them to start doing an action research, well, the basic question is, where should I start? What should I do first? What will happen after this? Okay, questions like that. Where to go? Whom to consult? Okay, what are the steps? You know, guys, ladies and gentlemen, this is actually one common reason why a teacher, for example, even if you push him or her many times to do action research, but you failed in the end, meaning there is no output presented to you in the end. Why? Because the biggest problem is ignorance. That's one of the themes that we saw when we did a study on why teachers come out unproductive in research. Why are they not productive in research? So one of the themes we formed, okay, that emerged at that time is ignorance. Okay, I know you are familiar with the Peter effect. You cannot give what you don't have. So what can a teacher do for action research if he or she doesn't know how to start an action research? Okay, so these are starting point. Okay, this may be some lines or statements of a teacher. And you might say, I want to get better at my science teaching. So you're minding your concern on your science teaching. You might say, I'm not sure why my students don't engage in discussion. Okay, all of them are quiet. All of them are meek like a lamb in your classroom discussion. You might say, I have to implement the speaking and listening guidelines, but I'm not sure what is the best way. Okay, so subject to action research. You might say, how can we make staff meetings more productive? When in your meetings, the presiding officer and those attending the meeting are talking about telenovela, what is that? Korean drama series on TV that eats up 80% of the meeting time. You only have two agenda in the meeting, which are supposed to be discussed and finished in 30 to 45 minutes. But because of the unnecessary lines, insertions, sharing, the meeting ended in 4 hours. So that is not a good practice. So we have to avoid that one. You might say, as a starting point, I've seen something working well in school X. I wonder if it would work for me here in my school. Okay? That calls for an action research. Or you might ask, is there anything we can do about our poor take-up of A-level mathematics? You might ask, how can I promote more use of computers in the humanities? Okay? You know that the world now operates on computers, on artificial intelligence or AI, okay? On machine learning, okay? So when computers are needed for each discipline, academic discipline. So it's very important to share computerization among our students. So I would like to share with you some questions leading to action research, okay? You might ask, no, after doing a reflection, why are students always coming late? I know you can relate to this. Okay? This is a perennial problem among our students, especially those of you who have taught in far-flung areas. Okay? You know, it is sad to say that many of your students came in late because they had nothing to eat for breakfast. It took them 2 kilometers going to school, and they have to cross a river and all the, obstacles along the way. So I know you can relate to this. Those of you who had this kind of experience, you might ask, why don't they do note taking? Why don't they submit assignment? Why do most students fail in my class? These are questions, guys, that will lead you to AR. Why can students not meet deadline of the assigned project? Why are students disrespectful? This is a subject for action research. It's a practice. Why do students not participate in class? Why don't they like to do research? Why do they hate research like mathematics? That's a challenge to teachers, okay? That is one thing that we can do, that we can address by doing an action research. Why are students cheating? Why do students love playing video games? Why do students not go home early? Why do teachers fail to submit syllabi or DLL? Why do video games affect student studies? Why do cellular phones affect learning, and many more? Okay? So these questions, ladies and gentlemen, would somehow lead you to action research. Okay? So see, the starting point is just a matter of, reflecting, pausing for a while, and do a self-reflection. What is going on in my class? What is going negative about my students? What is going wrong with the whole system, with the whole institution that we need to address? So the question now, okay, questions that are not amenable to action research, okay? So do not ask in your statement of the problem, is there any relationship between single parent families and attendance, for example? Okay? So again, action research is not in itself quantitative in nature. Although we can use quantitative data, probably profile of your respondents, okay? You can have the profile of your respondents, maybe students or teachers for that matter. You can present the data in frequency, in count, with corresponding percentage, okay? That is when you have quantitative data, okay? So do not ask this question because AR does not test relationship between variables. You don't ask like, are tall children better at pole vaulting? Okay, that calls for experimental study. Again, AR generally is not experimental in nature. You don't see the cause and effect. You don't test cause and effect. You're not going through trial and error process. You're simply determining a problem, offer intervention or create or yes, design an intervention, introduce that one, document the improvement, see if there is a change or impact of that intervention to the practice, then report your research. That's it. That is action research. Okay? You don't have to do experimentation here. So these are golden rules for selecting a topic. Okay? If you have this question, if you have this problem, what topic should I consider? Now remember, in research terminology, in the parlance of research, when we say topic, we mean subject. When we say topic in research, we mean problem. When we say problem in research, we mean topic or subject. So don't be confused. So that if your research coordinator would ask you, submit your research problem, okay? Do not list down problems that you have experienced in the previous weeks. Like you had problem on finding fare going to school. You had a problem on buying goods or groceries, okay? Those are not what we mean in research by problem. When we say problem, we mean topic, okay? Your topic in research should be something interesting. Your AR topic or problem must be manageable, okay? You know this. This has got to do with timeline. This has got to do with minding your limitations, okay? Again, we do not use that abused reason already that I'm busy. I cannot perform this. I cannot do this because I'm always busy. No, I hate to hear that one. It's a matter of managing your time, okay? If you ask me, aside from I have my electronic calendar filled in with activities, with events, with meetings, with goals, with targets each day. I also have another calendar for myself. So I name that personal calendar. It's like a typical calendar. Okay, there are boxes, then days on the first row. Okay, and then I input there my targets, my tasks, my activities for the day, so that I won't forget, I won't miss any activity or task to deliver. So a matter of time management. AR also is, or that topic that you will consider for action research should be workable. Don't consider topics that are impossible, okay? Consider AR topic or problem that is not too disruptive of normal routines. Okay? I doubt if you are so engrossed on AR, you're so passionate on action research. I'm worried if you will leave behind your responsibility as a teacher. So you have to balance, okay? So if you have attended the first international conference on research, innovation, and investment that we have, hosted last month, I included one of the topics there. We invited a speaker, okay, a foreigner speaker from Ghana. We actually assigned him to talk about balancing research and teaching, or teaching and research. Okay, how do you balance the two without compromising any of the things that you need to perform? Okay, so how I wish to hear comments or questions from each of you here. I do not know if the MC has the list of questions already from the chat box, so he can read and we can probably address, if any. If there is none, then I can probably proceed with the models of AR. Mr. MC, do we have questions from the participants so far? The MC is muted also.
As of the moment, sir, we still don't have questions written in the chat box and in the comment box on YouTube.
All right. What about you? Do you have question?
Sir?
Do you have something to clarify?
As of the moment, sir, the presentation is very clear, and I am
Alright.
certain that our participants have understand it.
All right. Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much for responding to me. All right. Let's proceed with the models of action research. What are the models of action research? First, we have Mills action research spiral. Okay. So these are models. So according to Mill, the action research spiral goes like this. So you first start with identifying an area of focus. Okay. So you have here to determine your research problem or topic. You have to think about this. A matter of prioritizing things, what is most urgent. And then after fixing this, you start collecting data. And after collecting data, if you think there is a need to go back to identifying or redefining your area of focus, then you have to go back. Okay? When everything is clear, when the data collected can warrant analysis and interpretation, then proceed to analysis and interpretation. But if there's a need to go back again because you need more data to further substantiate your thesis or your objective, then go back to data collection. So when everything is analyzed and interpreted, then you proceed to developing an action plan. So this is how simple, okay, for Mill, okay, for Mill's action research spiral. So the end point here is developing an action plan. I noticed, guys, that I don't know if you have observed this. An action research does not include an action plan. For most action research, I have read. But if you talk about the holisticity of an action research, there must be action plan. Okay? So if there is the problem identified, if there are data collected, and these are the results, what will happen next? Okay? What will be the next action, next steps? So it must be included in the research or action research as a project. Because research actually, or even action research, is cyclical in nature. So the end point, the dead end here is not there for you to stop doing an action research. There is no dead end. Okay? The process is basically cyclical in nature. The next model is by Stringer. Okay, he calls it interacting spiral. So starting from here, okay, you have the arrows going down. So you start with look around, okay, try to see what is there a need to improve or to change, and then think or reflect, and then act. So by observing, by looking around, by thinking or by reflecting, after that, I know you can form a particular concept. So in common activity or task in research, we call that one ideation. Okay? So when you ideate, when you do ideation for a particular research project or AR, you will have different ideas in mind. And out of those ideas, you need to prioritize what is most urgent. And then you have to act on that particular urgent matter as a matter of prioritizing things. And then that is when you need to sit down, write, and then fix your proposal for action research. Same thing, look, okay, it's repetitive in nature, think, act, look, think, act, until you reach or achieve your goals for an action research. According to Lewin's, okay, action research spiral, okay, so you start with identifying general or initial idea, okay, then fact-finding, planning, taking first action step, evaluating, amending plan, taking second action step. So this is actually the process or model forwarded by Lewin. Okay, so you notice that the arrow does not return to the first step. Okay, so it's one way. Another model is by Bachman, still spiral. Okay, starting with plan. Okay, starting with planning. The teacher here, the researcher here, starts from planning, acting, okay, act and observe, okay, then reflect, then revise plan if there's any to revise the plan. Same steps in the process. You act, observe, and then reflect. Okay, that's simple. The next model of action research is by Calhoun, okay? Action research cycle that starts with selecting an area or problem or topic, and then collecting data or data, organize data, analyze and interpret it, and then take action. So it is cyclical in nature. Look at the arrows. Cyclical in nature. Well, basically AR is cyclical in nature. It is repetitive in nature. A good AR researcher does not stop, okay, does not stop or is not contented with what he or she has gotten from conducting AR. A good AR researcher does further reflection as to what are those things that need to do in order to further improve a particular practice. So I am convinced that AR as a process is cyclical in nature. Okay? Because you cannot actually achieve 100% your objectives, your goals. Like, except for my case, when I did action research, when I was with the Department of Education, when I worked as research teacher at the Regional Science High School for 1 year. I dipped my shoes there for 1 year. And later on, again, I will share with you my research. It's another model by Real. Okay. So it's cyclical also in nature. Cycle 1 here, cycle 2, cycle 3. The same steps. You start with study and plan, take action, collect and analyze evidence or data, and then reflect. Then going back to the first step, down to the next steps, again to the first step, to the next steps, okay? Cyclical in nature, okay? Next is by Pigot Ervin's action research model. So very interesting here. Okay, the diagram is a bit complicated, but the steps actually are easy to perform. Start with developing an improved system, okay? Because research is systematic in nature. And then you consider planning, acting, and reflecting. These are actually basic steps in action research. Plan, act, reflect. Okay? So it does not show here plan, reflect, and act. So in terms of achieving improvement or implementing improvement as well as doing situation analysis. So the author here is recommending or forwarding an idea of planning first and then acting and then reflecting. Same thing here, planning, act, reflect, and then reflect further, okay, until such time that you come up with report and recommendations and then continue action for improvement. So this particular model adheres to the idea that AR is indeed cyclical in nature, that if there is a need to continue performing or working on another action for improvement, then the researcher has to do that one. I think the last model that I will be sharing is by Hendrik. This is the model I used for my action research. Okay, so I started reflecting. Later on, I will show you how I did the reflection thing. Then I acted on the particular problem I determined or identified, and then I evaluated the data, okay, and then I reflect, and then act again, evaluate what is or what has been working, okay, what went wrong and what went right. Okay, that's part of the evaluation phase or step. So apparently this is cyclical in nature. So this is how it is, explicated in great details. So you can see here in the balloons, these are actually explications in particular as to what is being reflected, as to what was being acted upon, and what was being evaluated. A matter of example. So these are types, guys, of action research. I told you earlier, we have individual teacher research, usually happens in the classroom with students, okay? And then collaborative action research. This is actually a research collaborated with another teacher or teachers. Maybe you could have 2 or 3 teachers, other teachers in a team. And then the third type is school-wide action research. This is bigger in scope. And then the last one is district-wide action research, where policymakers, where administrators of the Department of Education, probably the supervisors, the coordinators, will be engaged as they join hands in addressing a particular research problem. So this is actually an explication, a matrix of the types of action research. So you can see here, these are the areas that we need to look into when we define or when we distinguish the 4 types of AR. In terms of focus, the first type is single classroom issue only. That's the focus. For collaborative AR, single classroom or several classrooms with common issue. So for example, grade level teachers have the same issue. They have common issue among their students, so they can collaborate on a particular AR. For school-wide action research, the focus is, of course, school issue, problem, or area of collective interest. Okay? Maybe this involves parents. This involves alumni, okay, other stakeholders. And then district-wide is district issue. And there are many things to explore here. So if only we have so much time, we have ample time to work on this, I would like to engage our coordinators here, our supervisors here to work on this particular exercise, because it's always nice to talk about problems or explore problems together, looking at the problem together, a matter of ideation, so that each of us or each of you concerned on a particular problem has an opportunity to interact, has an opportunity to get engaged, has an opportunity to participate, okay? in the ideation process. Next, in terms of possible support needed, so these are support needed. These are the supports needed in terms of accrued impact or benefit. So for individual teacher research, usually curriculum instruction assessment. Okay. Then for collaborative curriculum instruction assessment policy. For school-wide potential to impact school, restructuring and change, policy, parent involvement, the one I said earlier, and then evaluation of programs. And then for district-wide action research, the impact here could be allocation of resources, professional development, activities, organizational structures, policy, and all others. Okay, so while you are doing any of these action research types, you also have to mind the side effects. Okay, so the side effect here for individual teacher research is practice informed by data or information not always shared. But we want you to share information. We want you to, later on, or maybe tomorrow, I will share with you format of an action research report. Maybe that can be collected by the research coordinator or by the principal, submitted to the coordinator and then supervisor. And then the SDS probably wants to know the results of the AR for policy consideration or policy formulation probably. So I would like you to mind this, okay? Types of action research in terms of focus, possible support needed, potential impact, and even the side effects. So these are the taxonomies of data collection techniques. So first is we cannot get rid of experiencing here, experiencing in action research through observation and field notes. So you have participant observation, okay? You gather data by privilege, active observer. You could have passive observer or non-participant observation. And then we also have inquiring here. Of course, when the researcher asks questions, how do you do that, or how does he or she do that? By informal interview, structured formal interview, and even questionnaires. Attitude
Sir,
scale.
can we make some interruptions, please?
Sure.
We have here questions being written in our chat box for MS Teams, and some of the questions are being written in the comment section of our YouTube channel. So we have here an inquiry from an anonymous person written on Teams, MS Teams. I would like to read this for you, sir. So
Go
it
ahead.
says, "Sir, I'd like to ask, my study wanted to know the descriptive levels and I included that in my AR questions. Then the succeeding questions would be qualitative investigations. So is that all right, sir? Thanks a lot."
I cannot say yes or no unless we can see the objectives of the study, because the type of data that you will collect and the type of instrument that you will design actually is dictated by the objectives of your action research. So, well, given the descriptive levels and then the data will be validated by conducting or collecting qualitative data, okay, that would somehow be all right. But again, I cannot say, I cannot imagine because I have not seen the objectives or statement of the problem of the research.
Okay,
By
so
the way,
thank
you
you for
can,
giving.
yes, by the way,
Would that be all, sir?
you can contact me, you can email me through Dr. Bahian if you have some questions, so we can have a consultation session on a particular concern on action research. Do we have another question? Mr. MC?
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for answering that question from one of our participants. So it is very clear that if you the person asking that question is already clarified as to the deeper answer to that. No, he may just get in touch with Dr. Bahian, our division research coordinator. So we
Yeah.
still have other queries here, sir, written in our MS Teams. So I would like to read this. So is it necessary to formulate or include an inferential question in a quantitative action research?
Yeah, like I said, no, in general, action research actually is not highly quantitative in nature, okay? Because it does not test relationship of variables, okay? Because the main point here is to document or to report the kind of improvement or change that is effected out of using or implementing an intervention. Okay? Although again, we cannot get rid of using quantitative data such as profile of the respondents, but this data can be presented in frequency or count and percentage. But never do we do test of significant relationship or correlation between variables in action research. Okay?
So thank you
That
so
is one
much for
thing we would like to
answering that
correct here.
question, sir. So we still have last question for this time. And this question is coming from Joy Magallanes, written in our MS Team chat box. And the question goes this way, sir. So good morning. Do we need to formulate research questions in advance before conducting action research, or we need to engage first in reflective action?
Oh, that's a very good question. You can actually make use of any of the research or action research models I presented earlier. So again, action research is emancipatory in nature, meaning the researcher, the teacher is free what particular AR model to use. So to answer that question, it's actually up to the teacher or to the researcher which of the models I presented earlier will he or she use so that the question will be answered. You can start again with reflection or doing reflection or reflecting, and then acting, and then evaluating if the action taken has been successful or has it improved the practice or not. So it actually differ, but the common steps in action research is we have this reflecting, we have this acting, and we have this evaluating. So to Mr. Magallanes or Miss Magallanes, please revisit the AR models for you to decide which of the models would you like to consider in your AR project.
Okay, I hope the answer of Dr. Talilino clears out the doubts that has been in mind by Ma'am Joy Magallanes. So we still have last question for this time, sir. And this question is coming from Ma'am Leonila Maniwang. Ma'am Leonila Maniwang, and the question, her question goes this way. Sir, good morning. What are the things to consider? What are the things considered to choose a good title of a research? What are the things that we need to consider in choosing a good title of a research? That is the question, sir.
Well, thank you for that question. I think si Ma'am Maniwang arrived late. So when I showed my presentation slide, the first 2 or 3 presentation slides, I presented there, I said there will be a session on crafting an AR title. So I think we will do that one this afternoon or tomorrow morning, but for sure, we will have a session on that, how to craft an attractive action research title. So I hope
Thank you, sir, for answering that question. I hope Mama Niwang is satisfied with the answer given by our research speaker. So those are the four questions that we have as of the moment, sir. I think at this time you can continue now with your presentation.
Okay, do you have a health break in your program, Mr. MC?
We are depending on you, sir, according to the management. So
Maybe we can give the participants 5 minutes break.
okay, sir.
5 minute break for them to, go to comfort room or to drink water and all others.
Okay, so as of the moment, we have to declare break for 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
10 minutes?
5 minutes
Okay, so we
from
have
you.
here Dr. Bahian in our virtual to have a break for 10 minutes, giving way for our participants to have a snacks and stretch their body so that
Yes.
after 10 minutes, they will all be back for the continuation of our session this morning.
Sure.
So thank
Okay.
you, sir.
Okay.
Zamboanga del Sur Division, one of the largest divisions in Zamboanga Peninsula, has been the forefront of innovation and exemplary services even amidst the challenges posed by this pandemic. Led by its school's division superintendent Dr. Maharani Jacinto, and through its more or less 10,000 personnel, it has remained dedicated in its pursuit for excellence and its mandate of ensuring the delivery of quality basic education to its learners. With a strong partnership with the local government and various community sectors, this division was able to engage in both curricular and extracurricular endeavors, such as the Adab a Barangay Bayanihan project. With the production of self-learning modules, the division also conducted a unified and simultaneous orientation to its parents. Signifying the laudable leadership, SDS Jacinto also led the monitoring of Club Elementary School, a last mile and IPED school in the province. With their limited resources, Principal Joel Arnejo and the teachers of Club Elementary School also featured their program, Tingog sa Kawanangan. This division also has a weekly radio program named Ang Takna sa DepEd. Another school also recently implemented the walk.
Okay, so time check all over the Philippines. It is already 10:57 in the morning, and this time signals the end of our session break at this hour. So, as we will continue with our session this morning, we will now turn over back the time to our research speaker, Dr. Ismail and Talili. Sir. For our research speaker, we will now be inviting everyone to watch our video presentation.
Delivery of quality basic education to its learners. With a strong partnership with the local government and various community sectors, this division was able to engage in both curricular and extracurricular endeavors, such as the Adab a Barangay Bayanihan project. With the production of self-learning modules, the division also conducted a unified and simultaneous orientation to its parents. Signifying the laudable leadership, SDS Jacinto also led the monitoring of Club Elementary School, a last mile and IPED school in the province. With their limited resources, Principal Joel Arnejo and the teachers of Club Elementary School also featured their program, Tingog sa Kawanangan. This division also has a weekly radio program named Ang Takna sa DepEd. Another school also recently implemented the Walkie-Talkie project. Finally, with applications pouring in, an online orientation using Microsoft Teams Live was conducted last March 8, 2021. These are just some of the best practices implemented by Zamboanga del Sur Division for school year 2020-2021. As a catalyst of holistic and continuous improvement, this division pledges to pursue the heights of exceptional service delivery and be an agent in the development and success of Filipino learners. Dahil sa DepEd, sama-sama tayo sa pagsulong ng edukalidad.
On behalf of all the learners of the Division of Zamboanga del Sur and as your SPG Regional President, I, Princess Carsten C. de la Peña, would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all our teachers, our school.
Okay, so I am inviting everyone to please be back on the platform as we will move on to the continuation of our session today. So, in continuation with our convergence this morning, I will now turn over back the time to our research speaker, Dr. Ismail and Talili. Sir, you may take the web now.
All right, Mr. MC, what do you see on your screen?
What I have on screen now is the taxonomy of data collection techniques, sir.
Okay, so I thought it's action research plan already. That one, can you see that?
Taxonomy pa, sir.
Okay.
The next slide will be the research.
Okay, what about the taxonomy?
Taxonomy pa rin, sir. Po.
All right. Okay, so I think we stopped with inquiring, okay? As one of the 3 E's of action research, data collection techniques. Well, I think these are actually basic things when you do action research. Okay, so we have the 3 E's here: experiencing, inquiring, and examining. So you can see beneath each step, each E, so there are actually activities or tasks or items or materials that you can consider to perform each of the E's. So with examining, okay, so we're using there and even making records, no, documentation. So you can consider archival documents, journals, maps, audio and video tapes, or even artifacts and field notes. So this is the action research plan. So we write an area of focus statement. I have actually a worksheet on this that I can share. I think I shared already to Dr. Bahian for each of you to work on. Then define the variables or concepts, develop research questions, describe the intervention or innovations, describe the membership of the action research group. And number 6, describe negotiations that need to be undertaken. 7, develop a timeline. 8 is develop a statement of resources. And then number 9, develop data collection ideas. So there are 9 basic steps in conducting research. So as explicated, okay, as explicated step by step. So here we identify problem. Like I said many times, we do have to identify the research problem or topic. Then we collect and organize the data or data, the interpretation, action based on data, then reflection. So in step 1 of Mr. MC, I hear a sound. What is that? Hello? MC?
Yes, sir. You are loud and clear.
What is that sound? I hear a sound. What is that? There is a video played. Okay.
Okay, sir.
I think there was a video played. Am I right? Did you hear the same thing?
Okay. Something is overriding your presentation, sir.
So it's okay now. Okay, so we start with step number 1, identification of problem area. So just to remind everybody, okay, that the question for your action research should be a higher order question, not answerable by yes or no. I think everybody knows this already. And then state that in common language, avoid jargon. So jargons may not be understood by all, so avoid that. Then you have to be concise, meaningful, and not already have an answer. Of course, we do not ask question if there's already an answer. Step number 2 is gathering of data. So what I have listed here actually are tools, are ways of collecting data. So you could conduct an interview, you could grab portfolios where you can get, data, diaries, your field notes also, audio tapes, photos, memos, questionnaires, focus group discussions, anecdotal, checklist, and even journals. So these are actually sources of information or data. Okay. Then I am sharing with you here some trusted scientific search engines. So when we come to the session on writing intercontinental literature review, so these are actually the basic search engines I would like you to consider. So I know those of you here whom Dr. Daligdig called research champions, I'd like to surmise that you've been visiting or using Google Scholar, where you can find related literature, and also eric.ed.gov. These are actually scientific search engines where you can find articles or research papers published in journals. You can also visit directory of open access journals.org or doaj.org. You could have PEJ or Philippine eJournals.com and all other databases here I'm sharing. Now, if there are some of you here who would like to enhance or improve their vocabulary, you can visit www.snappywords.com. This one, guys, get cited that org is a perfect engine or URL where you can do the APA citation format. Snappy Words is perfect for vocabulary building and enhancement. And if you want to know the difference between two things, you can visit www.differencebetween.com. Then how to shorten your URL, just please check if it still works up to this point in time, the goo.gl. Lately, I learned that it's bit.ly. So these are things that we need to check out, no, for our action research. The third step is interpreting the data, okay? So, well, here teachers may wish to use classroom data or individual data or subgroup data. Again, depending on the objectives of the study or action research. So I defined here theme, no, ladies and gentlemen, because like I said, most of the data that you will collect and report for AR is qualitative in nature. So you cannot get rid of analyzing the data by identifying the themes. Okay? So what is a theme for the sake of those who are not so adept with qualitative research? So it's a cluster of linked categories conveying similar meanings and usually emerge through the inductive analytic process, which characterizes the quality or qualitative paradigm. So this is actually very basic in analyzing qualitative data. If you have enough resources, okay, if you have time, if you have money, I want you to buy NVivo software. Okay, NVivo as in capital N, then Vivo, VIVO. It's actually a software that will help you analyze qualitative data. So qualitative research is actually 1 semester when I took up my second doctorate degree, and it actually requires ample time to understand the workings of qualitative data analysis. So it's always nice to have a focused training on this so that you will really appreciate how qualitative data is analyzed. Number 4 is action based on data. So this is now the essence. This is now the important part of an action research. Using information from the data collection and review of current literature, you design a plan of action that will allow you to make a change and to study that particular change. So that is one of the things that we need to consider in action research. So technically it is named or called evidence. So by evidence, we mean data. We mean findings of previous related studies. The 5th step is reflection. Again, very common in action research. Whatever is the model, reflecting or reflection is one basic step, one basic thing. Okay, and then number 6 is, or the next steps is to identify additional questions raised by the data and plan for additional improvements, revisions, and next steps. So, like I said earlier, okay, earlier in my discussion, a good AR researcher does not stop up to the point when the objective or the last objective is met or achieved. So it's always wise to get back to the first step and try to assess, try to evaluate if there is a need to further take steps in order to fully address a particular AR concern or problem. So in the furtherance of the study, okay, in terms of, introducing more effective intervention and achieving a wide-ranging improvement of that particular goal with the use of an intervention, that is always a lot wiser. So this time, Ma'am and Sir, I would like to share with you my own action research. Okay, so way back in 2014-15, I dipped my shoes in one of the high schools in Cagayan de Oro City, the only regional science high school in Cagayan de Oro City, the GRSHS. I'm not supposed to mention the name in my action research, but because there was a redemption after the conduct of action research, so I preferred to use that name of the school instead of, placing there in my paper as an anonymous. Because in research, anonymity is one important thing to observe. Okay, that's actually under research ethics. But because of the kind of redemption that I got from the study, with permission also of the school principal, then I used the name of the school in my paper. So again, in 2014-15, I tried my luck at the Department of Education, specifically in Gusa Regional Science High School. And it's fortunate because I was hired as a research teacher. So for the very first time, I taught research subject to grade 7. Okay. Of course, I did not struggle. In fact, I was very excited. To me, every day is an exciting day because You know that at the Regional Science High School, students, if not a valedictorian, is a salutatorian. If not a salutatorian, my student or your student at a science high school is a valedictorian. Okay, either way. So it's very exciting. So I am so, yes, excited every day. I am so glad to have those kinds of students in my class. Okay. But there is one thing I found not so frustrating, but yes, it is somehow frustrating or disappointing because they're cream of the crop. They're valedictorians, they're salutatorians, but there is this negative practice that they've been doing for themselves. And you will know later as I present the study or the action research, one of the themes, or by the way, the subject actually or the research problem of the action research I conducted is about academic theft or academic plagiarism. Again, every day to me when I taught at the Regional Science High School, every day to me is exciting, very much exciting, because I looked forward to each day, okay, of the school year, to meet them in the class, to celebrate wisdom with them, because I believe they're not difficult students or pupils to handle given their accolades, given their honors that they achieve. In fact, if you trust me, if you believe me, what I taught in the graduate school in the master's level, I also taught to my grade 7 students in research. And look who performed better. Okay, those in the grade 7. But this is not actually to undermine students in the graduate level, in the master's level. But I'm saying this because, again, I am excited every day. I'm proud of my students who are salutatorians and valedictorians. Okay, so there are many reasons, by the way, why probably those students of mine in the graduate school did not perform well. You know, the reason, again, going back to the abused reason, that what we call busyness, being busy. Although it does not hold all the time, okay? But the reality, given that particular context, my grade 7 students performed better than my students in the graduate school because I gave them the same lessons, okay, in research, because the subject is almost the same. And anyway, out of my pride, out of my excitement, I got a very discouraging fact. I got a very frustrating, scenario with my students in grade 7 because my teaching style at that time is I don't want to spoon feed them, okay? I want them to read and do something else to the assignment given. Okay, aside from that, okay, part of my classroom rules or policy, I want them to submit their assignment output before 12 o'clock midnight. So I remember our class was recited from 4:15 to 5. 4:15 to 5, something like that, MWF. And so if I give an assignment 5:15 or before the class ended, if I gave them assignment, then they had to submit their outputs before 12 o'clock midnight. And so because they're competing, even the parents, they're competing, no, for perfection, for honor, the top 2 or top 3 honor students in the class. So at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the evening, others or many, I suppose, many started to submit their outputs. And when I read their outputs, I was very impressed because of their writing style, because most of their outputs were grammar error free. Most of their outputs were written well, no? In fact, it's been 2 weeks when I gave them, very impressive grade or rating because of the kind of output they have submitted to me. And so in my laptop, one day I thought of subjecting their work to my software, to the plagiarism detection software. I thought of that. And so, yes, I subjected their work, all of their work, in my plagiarism detection test software. And so what I found? 100% of my grade 7 students who graduated valedictorian and salutatorian in the elementary level are all plagiarists. They're all thieves. Okay? Plagiarism also is called theft. They're all thieves, they're all plagiarists. That discouraged me a lot. So that's the problem I noticed, that's the problem I identified among my students. From the observation I got and from out of the validation I did by subjecting their work on my plagiarism detection software. So I found that 100% of them were plagiarists. So to share with you my own action research, it's been published already in a reputable journal. To give you a background, at the Gusa Regional Science High School, academic plagiarism is a problem. Okay, this is actually a reality. Okay, from what I have discovered, something that needs to be addressed. Okay, why? Why is plagiarism a problem in that regional science high school? Okay, based on observation, okay, there is no integration of lessons on academic plagiarism in the instruction. Even the teachers were plagiarizing. The more, okay, what do you expect from students? They're also plagiarizing. Second, there is no information drive on academic plagiarism vis-a-vis academic integrity. Okay, so I think on Wednesday from 1 to 2, I will be I think I was also assigned to share a lecture or talk, 1-hour talk on academic integrity in research. And then another reality, aside from that, no student manual where policies on academic plagiarism were stipulated. So those are the 3 major reasons why plagiarism existed or happening at the Regional Science High School. And so I come up with an action research because the teachers of the Department of Education are required to submit an action research output as part of the clearance requirements. And so what I did for my own action research, I studied that particular problem or topic among my students on their tendency to do plagiarism. So I titled my action research, Ladies and Gentlemen, Symptomology of Academic Theft, a reference-driven intervention strategy. Then I have a subtitle, Does it matter if my students steal? Okay. So first, I had this title, okay. It won Best Paper, and the second one is it won Best Presenter in one of the conferences. You can actually improve your title as much as you can, making sure that your title still remains a reflection of your study. Okay? So the title should be reflective of the study, not the other way around. Okay? So this is my action research when I was at the Regional Science High School. So this is again the model I used in my action research, that of Hendrik. So I started with reflection because I was suspecting after 2 weeks, I was suspecting my students' outputs were almost perfect, if not perfect, because I did not see anything wrong. Okay, content-wise, substance-wise, nearly perfect. No problem to me until such time that I discovered everything else was taken from the web, copy and paste. All of them are plagiarists. So after that, after knowing the problem, I acted. Okay, I designed an intervention strategy and then implement or apply to my students. And then I evaluate the impact or the change that has affected on the kind of problem that I identified with them. And so it is cyclical in nature. So the main objective of my study then is I wanted to investigate plagiarism among my students, and I wanted then to introduce an intervention strategy to change their practices on plagiarism. So these are the specific objective statements. So I determined the extent of academic plagiarism. I designed an intervention strategy that can be introduced to address the occurrence of academic plagiarism. And then third, I identified means or ways to improve students' ability to observe academic integrity. That is what we always aspire to our students, right? Academic integrity than academic plagiarism. So I was there with them. I was there not only as a teacher, but I was also acting as a researcher, hoping to offer a solution to the problem, in a form of intervention, and somehow address the problem involving my students. I use then the descriptive design, okay? Then in terms of method, I use mixed because I had quantitative data then, the count or the frequency as to how many students have improved, have get rid of plagiarism. And then I conducted triangulation, methodological triangulation. I did survey. Sorry. I did FGD or focus group discussion. I had only 39 students in my class, the entire section. So based on results, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, the extent of plagiarism occurrences was actually 100% or very high because all of them plagiarized. All of them copied and pasted texts or inputs from the internet. So this frustrated me in a way because I didn't expect this of my students. So that's the very reason why I crafted an intervention strategy. Okay? So these are the themes that emerge after conducting an interview with them. Okay? So the first major theme is ignorance. When I asked them, why did you plagiarize? Why are you tempted to plagiarize? Okay? The major theme or the common reason is ignorance. It's number one. So they lack research skills. They're unaware of plagiarism. According to them, no one of their teachers in elementary, even their parents who are also teachers, tell them that this is plagiarism, this is not plagiarism. Okay? Number two is time pressure. So they felt they're pressured, they're time pressured when I asked them to submit their outputs before 12 o'clock midnight. Okay? They lack time. And reality bites. Students in DepEd have many assignments to do. Another major theme is convenience. So it's easy for them to copy and paste from the internet. Not only my grade 7 students, but even other students out there, even teachers, okay? Teachers are also tempted to copy and paste without attributing the source or without attributing that work to the source, okay? So that is one of the things that Dr. Bahian, I think, will discuss on Wednesday. So these are the results of my action research. First, I designed an intervention strategy. So I designed a reference-driven assignment template. I integrated topics on plagiarism practices and sanctions or consequences in lessons. So the goal there is to develop students' practices on academic integrity. So in my assignment sheet, okay, that I have designed, okay, I submitted this for copyright IPR protection already. I'm waiting for further steps. So this is the intervention, okay, reference-driven assignment template I introduced to my students. Every time they submit assignment output, they have to use this template. So they have to write their name, the score, section, date. And then here, these are the components or parts of the template. So inputs here, my instructions, my questions to them. Then outputs their answers. Then I wanted them to state lessons learned. I don't want them to just submit research outputs without giving me a guarantee that they have learned from the assignments given. So they have to compose here a quick or short paragraph emphasizing lessons learned. And then last but not the least, they have also to reflect here or to list here scientific sources. So basically, this is the template I made as one of the intervention strategies I introduced to my students. Also in my class, I also integrated lessons like definition of plagiarism, some plagiarism practices, preparing citations and reference lists, differentiating APA and MLA, evaluating sources of information, and the like, and all others, okay? Part of their education. Okay, this is actually the result, no? In terms of frequency. So in June, because the study, the action research ran for 4 months, in June, again, there is 100% plagiarism among my students. And then in July, from 39, 23 remain to have a tendency to plagiarize. Okay? Then on the third month, only 3. And then thank God, in September, nobody tended to plagiarize. So this is the kind of improvement that I had from my action research. So meaning the intervention strategy I used or I introduced to my students was effective. Okay, so I'm happy to hear this from the results of my action research. And from that, they're able to change practices on plagiarism. They make academic integrity part of their practices as scholars, meaning from the moment they knew that copying and pasting other people's work is plagiarism, then they didn't do that anymore. Okay? Then they were also able to improve teaching learning process with me as their teacher. Okay? So the study came up with this kind of conclusion that awareness on academic plagiarism and its corresponding consequences deters the students from committing such acts. So it's awareness. My conclusion is on awareness because the theory that the theory which I anchor my action research is on theory on social ignorance. Okay, so the theory assumes that as long as the person remains ignorant of things that he or she is supposed to know, then that practice or habit continues. Okay, so that finding actually supports the assumption of the theory. So the moment I informed, the moment I integrated academic integrity versus plagiarism in my lessons, in my research lessons, the moment my students learn that, you know, plagiarism is unethical, then they stopped. Okay, so the theory on social change or social ignorance is supported by the findings of the study. Okay, in other words, to cut the long story short, my action research output, okay, is very much beneficial to my students and to the entire science high school. And before I left that science high school, I made sure that there is somebody who could sustain that kind of culture, that kind of research culture at the regional science high school. In fact, I was also telling the person who sustained that particular project at the science high school to, you know, to make that one as a big project starting in that school and then develop a culture of research and ethics in other DepEd schools. And if you ask me now, I am so grateful of how it turns out because of the trainings, because of the seminars, because of the workshops, because of the ideation. In fact, the person who took my place, I think, assumed a higher office in the Department of Education, the division office, along the area of research. So I'm grateful to know that the principal told me that, you know, that action research that I did has helped a lot in changing the practices of students of the regional science high school. So these are my recommendations. Of course, the school should have a student manual where the policies are indicated on plagiarism and academic integrity. I also recommended to promote rightful practices of handling borrowed work or ideas among teachers and assure a high level of tutelage in modeling honesty and even responsibility in using borrowed information. Also, I recommended that the entire academic community or the entire regional science high school should design and implement a continuous improvement plan or CIP. I don't know what's the newer term this time in the Department of Education to ensure dynamics and progression of the action plan that I have introduced. So, of course, that involves the customers or stakeholders performing their individual functions. Okay, so these are my references of my presentation today. So the next or the first thing I would like us to do, supposedly, I do not know if Dr. Batian can hear me this time. I actually sent him worksheets for all the participants to use, starting with the KWL sheet. Okay. Dr. Batian, is Dr. Batian with us in this virtual room? Mr. MC, is Dr. Bahian with us here?
Yes, good morning.
Yes, Dr. Bahian, can you facilitate the KWL sheet? I think you prepared Menti.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we will
Okay, for a
know
while.
what's the major concern of our participants with regard to writing an effective action research proposal. So the K here stands for what I know. Okay? K stands for know, what I know. And then for the second column, they have to write there what I want to know. The W there stands for want, what I want to know. And the L, what I have learned, which is supposed to be filled out after this talk or after this lecture. So if we can make use of the Menti, we'll be able to know the main concern or the main problem among our participants here, as illustrated with bigger fonts, bigger words. Macro alphabets. Dr. Bahian, how do we go about this?
Yes, sir. Earlier this morning, I already informed our participants that they are going to open minty.com, and then I'm going to present now so that they will be able to, of course, okay, this one.
How do we go about this? Should I stop presenting so that your screen will be shared and then everybody can participate?
Please.
All right.
I will present now. Would it be okay?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. A minute.
I stopped presenting already.
Okay.
But still I cannot see your screen.
For a while.
I do not know if my screen hangs this time. All right.
Okay. Am I presenting now?
I can see 3 ladies or 3 teachers on my screen.
Sabi mo ato sa boss.
Sir, for a while, Mr. Lito Bahian is still fixing his presentation. He transferred from his office to going to our place now.
By the way, is there a question or are there questions so far? While waiting for
moment,
Dr. Bahian.
we still don't have any questions written in our chat box and even in the comment section in your YouTube.
All right.
So far, as of this time, everything is clear, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Congratulations for that.
Okay. So we're actually waiting for Dr. Bahian because we're using menti.com so that we will know what's the most number of concerns or difficulty or things that they want to know about action research.
Okay, actually, sir, as of this moment, Mr. Bahian is now fixing his presentation. So in a while, he will be on screen.
technical glitches that we experienced. Am I presenting now? No, and then I'd like to remind our participants to visit www.menti.com and enter the code 58498405. And the first question is what I know. And I want you to answer it now so that we will also be going to know also what are your insights about the presentation from our resource speaker.
Okay, so we have heard the instructions from our uh, research coordinator, Dr. Lito Bahian. He's been instructing us to get inside the Menti, the apps menti.com, and you are advised to use the code. You are advised to use the code 58498405. Again, we are inviting all the participants to get involved in this particular activity. Get in the www.menti.com and you are advised to use the code again 58498405. Question is what I know. So we already have here one participant who have submitted their answer to the question, and it states, I know that action research is different from conventional type of research. Congratulations to the first participant who is able to get inside menti.com using the code 58498405, and we have two more answers to this question. Research starts with a question. And we also have good action research is not contented in one practice, but reflect and think more. So congratulations, no? Good action research is not contented in one practice, but reflect and think more. So we also have here elements, no, what I know, actually they've been sending this answer that they know that elements of research. And we also have here that he learned or she learned that when making a research, we are free to use the different models of action research. And we still have a lot more, no? We have here, and I know that in crafting action research, there should be an existing problem that needs to be resolved. Thank you, no? So, and we also have here, he said that action research is to identify problems and introduce possible intervention. So these are the answers that they sent through menti.com. And congratulations, because we still have more. I know that action research is a process where educators participate in problem solving that leads to the improvement of teaching and learning process as a whole. And we also have here action research will help us in improving our practices. So thank you for responding to this particular question. And we are still inviting all our participants to join with us as we will be playing or joining this game in answering the questions and getting inside the apps for www.menti.com. And still, we're inviting you to use the code 58498405. So we are now inviting our resource speaker, Dr. Ismail Talili, to join with us at this moment. Sir. of this moment, participating with us in Menti.com are 28 participants. So we are now welcoming in our resource speaker, Dr. Talili, to join with us. Sir, you may take the web now. Okay, so while waiting for a resource speaker, I would like to read the answers coming from our participants sending through www.menti.com. So it is stated here that I know that there are many models of action research. The responses coming from our respondents. So we have here, I know that action research is a process where educators participate in problem solving that leads to the improvement of teaching learning process as a whole. So we can be part of solving rather than being the problem. Okay, that's great, no? So we are more on the solution side. So I would like to read this response to the action research will help us in improving our practices. So we also have another response that caught my attention, and it is stated that I know that there are many models of action research that we can choose from. We have many options, no? So some more. We have here 39, no? The total number of participants in www.menti.com, a total of 39. So it is stated also here, one of the participants sent this answer. He said that I know that most of the research needs also different sources. Okay? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's now welcome back to the web our research speaker, Dr. Ismael Talili. Sir. I think you're muted. The microphone is muted. Sir? I think your microphone is on mute, sir. Di siya kadungo. Okay, sir. You may take the time now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You are heard now. Very loud.
Okay, very good. So I actually heard you read the comments or responses of our, how many responded? 39?
As of this moment, sir, 51. Total number of 51.
51, very good. Okay. So, Dr. Bahian, can we now process the responses using Menti? So we will know which of the responses take the majority or the bigger chunk. So this is our way of finding out or knowing what the participants know about.
Dr. Lito Bahian is now doing the analysis based on the responses from our respondents, sir.
Yes, that is what we are waiting for. Thank you so much. We are supposed actually to do this before my talk today, but with menti.com, we can, easily process the responses, and we'll wait for Dr. Bahian to show us the results.
Ian is working on it now, sir. So the moment he will be done doing the analysis, he will project that on screen. The result will be projected on screen, sir.
Okay, so maybe after that we'll have a break, lunch break or health break. Then we'll find out this afternoon the W, what I want to know, what they know about research, what they want to know. So what Dr. Bahian is processing this time is what they know. And then in the afternoon, we'll ask them what they want to know. Mr. MC, may I know how many are attending today? Is it
How
really
many number of participants?
Is it really 2,694 as presented by Ma'am Sharon?
Find it out, sir, ha, later. 136 in YouTube.
I do not know if the internet here is slow. How is the internet connectivity there, Mr. MC?
We experience an intermittent stability of the internet connection as of the moment, sir. That is why sometimes we sounds like late in responding to your query sometimes. Kasi
Yeah, same here.
may delayed na ano kasi, sir.
Yeah. Or maybe I would like to propose, maybe we can have this when we get back this afternoon before the next session.
That is supposedly the proposal of Dr. Bahian, sir, that he
Yeah.
will just be doing the presentation of the analysis before we will start with the formal session this afternoon.
Yes, okay.
Okay. Sige, sir. And
All right, I'll turn over to you the microphone, please, for further instructions before we do the health break. Thank you. Mr. MC.
okay, sir, thank you so much for turning back to me the moment. No, so as of now, we shall be declaring a 60 minutes lunch break, giving time for our participants and our participants to take their lunch, and we shall all be back in the platform at exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your expertise in terms of conducting the action research, the steps and its considerations thereof. And thank you even for sharing unselfishly your action research to all our participants. At this point in time, we shall be in tune to declare a noon break or lunch break for 60 minutes, and we shall all be back at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So thank you so much thank you so much everyone for staying until this noon time. And we are looking forward to look all of you to be back in the virtual platform at 1 o'clock for another fruitful virtual engagement with our resource speaker. Thank you very much. Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm happy to welcome you all back in our virtual platform, and most especially to our resource speaker, Dr. Ismail Talili. No, good afternoon. So before we will proceed with our formal session, no, this afternoon, pa-shout out muna tayo sa ating mga participants, no. So we have here. We will start from our participant from watching from Yasin Elementary School, and that is in Pitogo. Maria Teresa La Paz, watching from Yasin Elementary School. Good afternoon to all who have witnessed the 5th Division Research Festival. So we also have from Biswangan Elementary School, pa-shout out kay Mary Jane Maghinay. No, she's watching right now from Lakewood, no, Biswangan Elementary School. And we also have Mr. Roger Flores watching right now from Dumalinaw Regional Pilot School. Good afternoon to you, sir. So, aside from Mr. Roger Flores, we also have principal from Lakewood District in the person of Ma'am Miguela Apao. No, she said, good afternoon, watching from Lakewood Central Elementary School. And that is Ma'am Miguela Apao. Good afternoon too. Good afternoon also to Ma'am Emilia Kapangpangan, watching from Tingabulong Elementary School, District of Dimataling 2. So good afternoon, ma'am. No, thank you for informing us of your presence. And let's move on. No, pa-shout out kay Ma'am Mirafe Lanzado, no? Ma'am Mirafe Lanzado and Ma'am Michelle Hello, watching from Sakbulan Elementary School, District of San Pablo 1. So congratulations, no, for your attendance, and have a very welcoming afternoon to all of you. So more of the shout outs as we will proceed with our activity, the continuation of our session this afternoon. So meanwhile, we shall be playing now a particular video that would inform us of the things that are happening in our division. So kindly watch this. Okay, now, so the video that you will witness later is one of the things that are happening in our division as our way of extending our help to the people who are in need, especially during the time when COVID pandemic strike. COVID pandemic has been experienced by our people, especially in the province of Zamboanga del Sur. Ladies and gentlemen, I am inviting everyone to watch this video.
Is one act under Republic Act 11469, released a numbered office memorandum dated April 17, 2020. Brainchild project of FPS memorandum center that aims to identify in the With the Bayanihan. To heal is one act, under Republic Act 11469, released a numbered office memorandum dated April 17, 2020 with the first of its kind flagship, Adopt a Barangay project, Bayanihan COVID-19 of DepEd ZDS. This is the brainchild project of SDS Maharani Jacinto that aims to identify at least one recipient barangay in the district, especially the least fortunate families and individuals, dubbed as the poorest of the poor, who lost their economic opportunity to work during this pandemic time. With the marching order from SDS Maharani Jacinto, through ASDS Visminda Q. Valdi, and SGOD Chief Ernesto Tardo, the 32 district supervisors responded the order by calling their respective school heads and teachers to share their financial resources on a voluntary basis, through cash or goods. Surprisingly, the school districts positively responded to the Bayanihan call. Donations came in cash and in kinds. Procurement started from the cash donations, volunteers started packing, while maintaining social distancing and observing health protocols. The spirit of Bayanihan among Zamboangans is indeed very evident, and this is where the highlights of the project, the simultaneous distribution of relief goods of the schools to their identified recipient barangays. This is the beauty of giving, truly, an act of loving our co-Zamboangans. Such indescribable faces, the moment they received their shares out of our generosity, that only the heart can understand. Distance, and the danger traversing the destination, are not within our vocabularies, in its truest essence of helping and reaching out, to those who need it the most. Isn't this, an amazing gesture we can truly be proud of, Zamboangans? From the data of the Planning and Research section, the school's division office has generated total resources both cash and goods, amounting to 4,924,484.25 with the school districts having the largest resources generated amounting to 4,847,944.25. A total of 116 recipient barangays, a total relief packs distributed to 10,994 recipient families. Thanks to the 1,805 volunteers for making this possible. From its humble beginnings, DepEd Zamboanga del Sur unselfishly commits to its mandate to be a partner not only in delivering quality basic education, but also in times when our true call exceeds beyond the essence of public service. To all who have extended and share their resources, Thank you for making this project possible. Keep safe and cheers to this wonderful accomplishment. Truly, a heart that cares is a heart that shares. As the country faces with COVID-19 pandemic and the continued implementation of the enhanced community quarantine, the Department of Education Schools Division of Zamboanga del Sur, in support with the Bayanihan, to Heal as One Act, under Republic Act.
Zamboanga del Sur Division, one of the largest divisions in Zamboanga Peninsula, has been the forefront of innovation and exemplary services even amidst the challenges posed by this pandemic. Led by its schools division superintendent Dr. Maharani Jacinto, and through its more or less 10,000 personnel, it has remained dedicated in its pursuit for excellence and its mandate of ensuring the delivery of quality basic education to its learners. With a strong partnership with the local government and various community sectors, this division was able to engage in both curricular and extracurricular endeavors, such as the Adab a Barangay Bayanihan project. With the production of self-learning modules, the division also conducted a unified and simultaneous orientation to its parents. Signifying the laudable leadership, SDS Jacinto also led the monitoring of Glab Elementary School, a last mile and IPED school in the province. With their limited resources, Principal Joel Arnejo and the teachers of Glab Elementary School also featured their program, Tingog sa Kawanangan. This division also has a weekly radio program named Ang Takna sa DepEd. Another school also recently implemented the Walkie-Talkie project. Finally, with applications pouring in, an online orientation using Microsoft Teams Live was conducted last March 8, 2021. These are just some of the best practices implemented by Zamboanga del Sur Division for school year 2020-2021. As a catalyst of holistic and continuous improvement, this division pledges to pursue the high service delivery and be an agent in the development and success of Filipino learners. Dahil sa DepEd, sama-sama tayo sa pagsulong ng ito kalidad.
On behalf of all the learners of the Division of Zamboanga del Sur and as your SPG Regional President, I, Princess Karsten C. de la Peña, would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all leaders new normal possess. I know we can overcome. Thank you very much, DepEd.
Zamboanga del Sur Division, one of the largest divisions in Zamboanga Peninsula, has been the forefront of innovation. Zamboanga del Sur Division, one of the largest Zamboanga del Sur Division, one of the largest divisions in Zamboanga Peninsula, has been the forefront of innovation and exemplary services. Zamboanga del Sur Division, one of the largest divisions in Zamboanga Peninsula, has been the forefront of innovation and exemplary services even amidst the challenges posed by this pandemic. Led by its schools division superintendent Dr. Maharani Jacinto, and through its more or less 10,000 personnel, it has remained dedicated in its pursuit for excellence and its mandate of ensuring the delivery of quality basic education to its learners. With a strong partnership with the local government and various community sectors, this division was able to engage in both curricular and extracurricular endeavors, such as the Atab a Barangay Bayanihan project. With the production of self-learning modules, the division also conducted a unified and simultaneous orientation to its parents. Signifying the laudable leadership, SDS Jacinto also led the monitoring of Glab Elementary School, a last mile and IPED school in the province. With their limited resources, Principal Joel Arnejo and the teachers of Glab Elementary School also featured their program, Tingog sa Kawanangan. This division also has a weekly radio program named Ang Takna sa DepEd. Another school also recently implemented the Walkie Talkie project. Finally, with applications pouring in, an online orientation using Microsoft Teams Live was conducted last March 8, 2021. These are just some of the best practices implemented by Zamboanga del Sur Division for school year 2020-2021. As a catalyst of holistic and continuous improvement, this division pledges to pursue the heights of exceptional service delivery and be an agent in the development and success of Filipino learners. Dahil sa DepEd, sama-sama tayo sa pagsulong ng edukalidad.
On behalf of all the learners of the Division of Zamboanga del Sur and as your SPG Regional President, I, Princess Karsten C. de la Peña, would like to
Okay, so good afternoon once again. Sorry for the inconvenience. We were still fixing some technical issues arising from the line of our resource speaker. Thanks God, no, it has been resolved as expected, and now we are back live. No, so again, no, welcome back, and especially to our resource speaker, Dr. Ismael Talili. Good afternoon, sir. So
Yes.
before we will continue the presentation in our formal session this afternoon with our speaker, of course, we will attend first with the activity reserved for us in our menti.com. So I am requesting all the participants to join in our activity before we will continue in our session this afternoon. All the while, thank you pala for the 96 participants who have participated in our first activity in menti.com before we declared for lunch break this morning. So the link, I would like to inform everyone that the link for the first question is officially closed. The link for the first question is officially closed. And now, for the next question in our second set of our game in menti.com, still we are informing our participants to use the code, the same code 5849-8405. This is still the code 5849-8405. So the question is, what I want to know. The question for our second activity in menti.com is, what I want to know. And you have to answer this question with at most 2 to 3 words maximum. No, 2 to 3 words maximum. And the link for the next question is still closed. And now it is already open. So I am requesting everyone to join with us playing this game. And the question for the second question is what I want to know. And you can join us in Menti through using the code 5849-8405 and answer this question with at most 2 to 3 words maximum. Okay, so that is the question. I want to know if in the, then you have to continue that sentence using the 3 words. Okay, so as of now, we are waiting for the answers of our participants in that particular question. So again, the code for this is still 5849-8405. The code for this, now ladies and gentlemen, is still 5849-8405. And you have to answer this question with a maximum of 2 to 3 words. I am certain that as of the moment, you are now reading on screen the phrase, the phrase that asks what I want to know. Okay. So we are waiting for the participants to respond in this particular question. So how to interpret the data, and that will be taken care of by our Division Research Coordinator, Dr. Lito P. Bahian, in terms of interpreting the data that will be taken from the responses of our participants. So we have now on screen. Now we can see on screen the responses of our participants. They answered, what I want to know, qualitative. I want to know if, ang pinakamadami is how to interpret data. So if the font is bigger, that means most of our participants answered that particular, gave that particular answer. So still, how to interpret data, plagiarism, what else? Without plagiarizing, we have standards or format, application of, or in ZDS, qualitative, quantitative or version, research. So we have, thank you so much for most of the participants who have responded. As of now, we have 22. So how to interpret data, standard or format, research questions, literature review inclusion, crafting of action research design, in writing action research, want to know how to copy, and without plagiarizing, action research title, plagiarism checker access, encounter in gathering data, title format, research methods, and I want to know if in the qualitative research, want to know how to copy, no? And they would want to know how to do action research. So congratulations, no, participating in our activity or game this afternoon. Umabot na siya ng 44 participants. And the responses can be seen on screen. No, but the most of them answered that they would want to know how to interpret data. And they also would want to know about research design, qualitative data analysis, qualitative research design, step-by-step ways. We have presenting the data, interpreting data, crafting action research, no? So as of now, we already have 52 participants now responding to this particular question. So still ongoing, no, still counting for more. So we're expecting more participants to join with us in this game. Still not surfacing in our responses is most of them answered they would want to know how to interpret data. Now we are already reaching to 65 participants joining with us in this game. So they are willingly giving their answers to this particular question. So what I want to know. And for those who are still still planning to join with us, I am requesting everyone to enter the code 5849-8405. So 5849-8405. And we are now reaching up to 70 or 73 participants as of the moment responding to this particular question. Thank you and congratulations. We are now 77. So we are still counting for more than this number as expected. Now, congratulations everyone. But still, what is being surfaced on screen is the answer to this question. Most of our participants that joining with us gave their answers that they would want to know how to interpret data. So this would serve as a guide to our research speaker in order to give them ample knowledge on how to interpret data. So you also have here, they would want to know about research design, crafting action research format, best intervention, and a lot more. So as of now, as of this very moment, we are, the participants now is reaching up to 93 joining with us in menti.com. So thank you so much for your cooperation and participation in this particular activity before we will start off with a formal session this afternoon. So we are now 97 and still counting. Okay, still most of our participants would want to know how to interpret data. Okay, so we are now 97. And the analysis, do we have to analyze this data, sir? Yeah. So the analysis of this data will be presented after. Okay, again, they would want to know how to interpret data. And we are now 112 attending, participating with us, participating in this particular activity. So we are now 111, 113. So thank you so much for having that interest to join with us in this particular game. And we are now reaching up to 114. Okay, still they would want to know how to interpret data and know about research design. Okay, so I would like to inform everyone that we are also stream live, no, stream live in our YouTube channel. So okay, so we are not just limited, no, our scope is not only limited to MS Teams, but we are also being live streamed in our YouTube channel. So participants as of the moment is, we are now reaching, no, joining this activity, it reaches up to 133, no, 133. Answering, no, giving responses to the question. Second question, what I want to know. Surfacing, no, on the screen, still most of these 134 participants gave responses on they would want to know the research designs and how to interpret data. So that ends, no, that ends the giving of responses to this particular second question, what I want to know. As of the moment, we will now give back the moment to our, or the time to our resource speaker, Dr. Ismael Kalili, for the continuation of his session. Sir, you have to take the web now.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. MC. So it's overwhelming that, like you said, many responded to the question, what I want to know. So this will actually prompt us, no? This will particularly prompt me as to what particular topic or subject in action research that they would like to know. This is supposed to be done, okay, 2 days or 3 days or a day before this lecture, for me also to see a clear picture of the participants' needs. No? This is actually one measure to determine the needs assessment, okay, or the needs actually of the participants in terms of doing or conducting an action research. So apparently many, or the majority I suppose, would like to know the research design used in action research as well as data interpretation. So with research design, well, basically what we use in action research is descriptive research design. Like I said many times in action research, okay, please take note of this. In action research, we don't test significant relationship between variables. Okay? In action research, we don't also test the cause and effect, or we do not do laboratory or field experimentation. Okay? Action research is simply qualitative in nature. Again, there may be times when we need quantitative data, but these data are descriptive in nature, can be presented in frequency or percentage, as well as in some other data analysis and interpretation. So we don't need to present them in a way that we need statistical tools or techniques. So as simple as that. With regard to data interpretation, the analysis and interpretation actually go together all the time, okay? So when we say data analysis, we simply mean summarizing the data or processing the data that we have collected out of the data gathering phase that we do through either survey or interview or focus group discussion, whichever is appropriate. Okay, so we analyze them, we summarize them, in which we use codes or values as a representation of the data in bulk, so that if you use SPSS, for example, you assign value or values to each response of the respondents for the software to continue working. And from the data analysis, data interpretation follows. Okay, so if you use qualitative analysis, Part of that is identifying or determining the themes, emerging themes. Like in my action research, if you remember, one of the emerging themes is ignorance. Okay? So how do you interpret that? That means that, again, when students of mine in 2014, 2015, who were then grade 7 at the Regional Science High School, were all plagiarists. That's because, no, after interviewing them randomly, that's because they did not know that copying the work of others without attributing the work to these sources is already a form of plagiarism. So there is that ignorance among them. So the moment I told them that when you copy and paste or claim other people's work, your own, without citing the source, that's a form of plagiarism. So all these things I told them that I integrated in the lessons, particularly in research. The moment they knew this from me, they started to get rid of these particular malpractices. Okay? So that is how you do the analysis and interpretation until such time that you're ready to draw conclusion. So the conclusion can be drawn, okay, either you revisit or you go back to the theory on which your investigation is anchored and find out if the theoretical assumption is supported by the findings of the study, okay, or if the theoretical assumptions are negated by the findings of the action research. So there are only two things that you are looking at when you draw the conclusion. Again, try to see if the findings support the theoretical assumption. Okay, in my case, I considered social ignorance theory. Okay, and then the second way is try to see if the findings negate the theoretical assumptions. Okay, as simple as that. So that you are ready to draw or write your conclusion. So much as we would like to make all this in great details, or much as we would like to answer all your questions, but I think we are constrained with time, unless this is actually a typical training, okay, just like what I have conducted in the past. But I understand I am invited to speak at this Congress just to give a lecture and not much of a training workshop. Though I understand Dr. Bahian told me that if I can give a workshop or an overnight assignment, which you are going to present the following day, then that might be amenable to many of you here. Okay? So based on the schedule, we're supposed to continue our discussion this afternoon on the review of related literature, or steps in organizing and reviewing literature, or writing an intercontinental literature review. By the way, you can download my action research, okay, from the web. You simply type the title on Google search box, symptomology of academic theft, okay? Does it matter if students steal? By the way, to plagiarize also means to steal, okay? In fact, I got two sources. To them, to plagiarize also means to rape other people's work, so that when you plagiarize, you become a rapist, okay? Plagiarist or rapist or thief, okay? These are actually synonymous based on the review that I did on related literature on academic plagiarism. So as a matter of, guide or sample, you can download my study on Google. Okay, you can type again the title of my action research, Symptomology of Academic Theft, so that you will have an idea. It's nice if you have time to read the entire paper because I have their action plan for the next step around that I needed to do after conducting action research, which I failed, unfortunately, to do because I went back to USTP already. Okay, so let's continue with writing intercontinental review of related literature. So if I may share once again a slide, this time let me see. I think I have a problem here with my connection. Mr. MC, can you see my screen? Mr. MC, can you see my screen?
I-on sa ko dyan.
Mr. MC,
Okay,
can
sir,
you see
you're
my
projecting
screen?
now, sir. Sir, you start to project already.
Can you see that on your screen?
Yes, sir. Organizing and reviewing literature, sir.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, welcome, sir.
Okay, one of the things that researchers find challenging is to write the review of related literature, especially to beginners, okay? But according to others, it's easy, and it's sad to realize that when they say easy, it's easy for them to copy and paste materials from other sources, be it from the internet or from physical sources like books or textbooks. So since we are in an academic institution, okay, since we are in an institution of learning, okay, I would like us to observe academic integrity all the time, okay, especially those who are already at the supervisorial level, or even those research coordinators or principal holding administrative position, or even plain teacher. I would like you to be the model in upholding academic integrity because that is very important. For everything that we do, not only for action research, what is important is we always observe academic integrity or research ethics at all times. Simple. You know, there is nothing wrong when you borrow other people's work. Okay? There's nothing wrong about that. As long as you attribute the work to the source. Okay? In other words, you have to provide a citation. There must be a citation for each work that you borrow. And that work could be in a form of text or photo or graphics, not your own. Okay? As simple as that. So I'm saying this from the very start of my lecture this afternoon because these are actually the common infringements These are the common violations of researchers, seasoned or beginners. They tended to commit mistakes in writing their review of related literature. And that what mistake they have always committed is to plagiarize other people's work. So as we go along with my lecture this afternoon, I will be sharing with you some tips, some ways, or clarificatory statements just to open up your individual minds, especially those beginners, in terms of writing an effective intercontinental literature review. Okay, so just to review, just to revisit literature on writing literature review. So how do we define a literature review? Now, let us first make this clear, because if it's not made clear, that is when we get to commit some mistakes. That is when we tend to plagiarize. That is when we fail to come up with an effective review of related literature. So when you say review or literature review, okay, that is when the body of text that aims to review the critical points of current knowledge. That includes substantive findings. Okay, when you do review of related studies or research, you have to consider findings, knowing the findings, as well as the theoretical contributions of the study, and then the methodological contributions. So these are important things when you write or when you read related literature. A review is a critical and in-depth evaluation of previous research. Take note of this, because for most of the time I notice when you ask somebody to write a literature review, what they usually do is to copy and paste one paragraph from one source and then put that one in their literature review. Another one paragraph from another source, copy and paste, put that in their own review until such time that they can come up with so many paragraphs, okay, to come up with a literature review. And in reality, all texts, all paragraphs there are in their literature review are plagiarized. So good thing, now we have to thank the developers of plagiarism detection software, because using that or subjecting the work to plagiarism detection software, we can easily find out which part of the text is plagiarized and how much percentage is plagiarized, how much percentage is original. Okay? So a review is a critical and in-depth evaluation. So I highlighted here that phrase, evaluation of previous research. So to evaluate means to find out, okay, to find out what the findings are, okay, or what the objectives are, and then the findings, what the conclusion is, and what the contributions of the study to the body of knowledge, okay, and what was the major or salient finding. That is how you evaluate, okay. Another thing is, a literature review is not a collection of quotes and paraphrasing from other sources. Again, there is nothing wrong with borrowing other people's work, but can you imagine that? If you come up with 5-page literature review or 6-page literature review, and all of these are, quotes, collection of quotes and paraphrases, is it not good to see? When there is no original paragraph, there is no paragraph in that 6-page literature review which is composed by you. Everything else is copied and pasted. direct quotations. Okay, so you have to, think of this at all times. So a good literature review should have evaluation of the quality and findings of the research. This is what I said earlier. Okay. Next, it also identifies the knowledge gap. So very important, okay, that you are going to address in your research question, in your action research question. So what is the gap? Later on, we will see what gap means, okay? But before I forget, for those of you who really want to know what do we mean by knowledge gap in research, there are two common definitions of knowledge gap. This is very important when you start conceptualizing on your related or review of related literature plan. There must be a plan, okay? So others find hard to write their literature review because they miss to do one important thing. And you know what that important thing is? It is the outline. Okay? For your mind, for your ideas to be organized, you have to prepare an outline before writing a literature review. Now, as you read the related literature, you will realize, you will know the knowledge gap. So what is that knowledge gap? In research, okay, as you review related literature, the knowledge gap there, number one, is something that has not yet been studied. Okay? Something that has not yet been studied. Something in the area of focus. Okay? Something in that area of focus or topic of interest that you want to consider for an action research that has not yet been studied or considered. That can be one knowledge gap. And again, you will know that one as you read and read and read related literature. Another meaning of knowledge gap in research is something that gives you the same findings. Okay? So, for example, if you have reviewed already, let's say, 20 sources, 20 pieces of literature, and you notice that their findings are almost the same, if not the same, not similar findings. So that could be a knowledge gap because you can actually replicate. A previous study actually can be replicated in another context, okay? Perhaps using another method, and will be conducted in different contexts. So these are what we mean by knowledge gap in research. The review also positions your research within the existing research. Okay, so if this is your proposed subject or area of focus, then reviewing the literature positions your own research within existing research. So for example, if you would like to study the learning styles of your students, okay, so you do review of related literature on students' learning styles. Students' learning styles. You read students' learning styles in different studies on learning styles. And then you will realize that this particular subject has been studied already many times. Okay, it gives you the same results, the same findings. And this one has not yet been studied. So that is one knowledge gap that you might consider for your action research. It locates the work of other key researchers in your field. So if you have time, I would like you to visit www.harzing.com. Actually, you have to install first on your desktop, publish or perish. So when you reach hirzing.com, you can see there publish or perish. That clickable, installable item under hirzing.com. So when hirzing.com, or when you see publish or perish as an installer, when it's installed on your desktop, you will see there productivity of the person whom you want to determine or know his or her research publications. Okay? So if you have that in your computer already, once it's installed, maybe you can type the name Lito Bahian. Okay? So publish or perish or Harzing itself will track all publications of Dr. Bahian on the web. Okay? And then Harzing or publish or perish will give you the metrics, the list of publications authored by Dr. Bahian, okay, as published in different journals with H-index and with the year, with the citation counts. You can see that or these things on hirzing.com. You can see how many authors, how many researchers out there have cited the work of Dr. Bahian. Okay, so it's very enjoyable, it's very interesting to know this. Or you can even type the name of your colleague here. You can type the name of your research coordinator here on Harzing for you to find out if your research coordinator, if the supervisors and all other heads, principals, or even your co-teacher has this much as research products, whether published in international journal or published in Scopus or Clarivate Analytics Index journals. So again, I'm inviting everybody to visit this site. A review also justifies and rationalizes your research, of course. Okay? It evaluates and discusses the literature and convinces the reader of its relevance to your work. Okay, that's very much understood. So how do we organize your literature review? So there are many ways of organizing your literature review. First is topical order. Okay, what do we do in topical order? So you present the topics or issues accordingly by emphasizing the relationship of the issues to the main problem. Okay, so the main problem there is actually stipulated or stated in your problem statement. So if you ask me, sir, what is our basis of choosing related literature to read or to review? I think that is a basic question, especially to beginners. Of the many literature in the world, of the vast literature in the world, available online or offline or in your library, how do you know that these are the texts, these are the pieces of literature that you want to review in relation to your study? How do you know that? Remember, we don't have to experience information overload. Sometimes we're overwhelmed with information. Sometimes we're overwhelmed with bulk of data available to the point that we don't know. It's hard for us to determine which of these data or information do we need to include in the review. Okay? So the answer there is for you to come up with a clear idea what are those things to review or literature to review, go back to your statement of the problem. Okay? Go back to your statement of the problem, find out the concepts, find out the variables, put forward in your sub-problem statements or even in your main problem statement, read them. Those are the topics or issues or subjects that you should consider in finding related literature that you should review. And I hope that is clear. Okay? That's only the first part or the first type of a review or one way of organizing your literature review by topic. Now, arrange or present or compose your RL by topic. Second is by chronological order. So you organize the literature by the dates the research was published. Third is problem, cause, solution order. So present the problem, okay, and then the cause, and then solution, okay, to organize a paragraph, to form a paragraph, and then next, the same sequence, problem, cause, solution, in that order, the next paragraph. In order for you to ascertain that there is coherence, there is order, okay, especially coherence of thoughts from one paragraph to the next, what you will do there is to use connective devices, okay, or transitional devices. Just like on the other hand, on the contrary, however, in similar veins, okay, and all others, these are what we call transitional devices. Okay, you can use them to establish coherence between paragraphs. Okay, and the fourth way or type of organizing your review is what we call general to specific. So from the general idea to specific. Okay, general idea, specifics, deductive order. Okay, or we also call that one funnel approach. So you're examining there the broad-based research first, and then focus on specific studies that relate to the topic. And the other one is the opposite, that's from specific to general or inductive order. When you try to discuss specific research studies, so conclusions can be drawn. And the fifth one, or the sixth one rather, let me count. We have already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, the sixth one is the type of, or the way to organize your literature review. We call this one intercontinental literature review. So what are we doing here? What we do here is to explore, okay? We explore related literature to include studies from the continents of the world. Of course, we exclude Antarctica because it's very cold in there. There are no studies conducted there. So we only have 6 continents to visit. You don't need to go to libraries. This is what I said this morning. Conducting research this time does not require a person or a researcher to visit a library. Okay? We don't need a visa here. We don't need a passport here just to go to Australia, South America, North America, some countries of Africa, Europe. Okay? We can do intercontinental literature review through online search. Okay? So first of all, I would like you again to visit scholar.google.com.ph or Google Scholar. Okay? This is actually a scientific search engine where you can find scholarly papers or studies or research. So just a tip how to do intercontinental literature review. So on the search box, okay, when you reach Google Scholar, there is a search box there. Okay, what you need to do is to type the problem or the topic or the subject, then space, year the study, the research, or the paper was published, space, name, no, sorry, I got a mistake. Topic, space, name of continent, space, year the paper or the research was published. For example, if bullying is an issue or a problem among your students, so you would like to find out, you would like to do an action research, you'd like to propose an intervention to mitigate instances of bullying among your students. So you type on Google Scholar search box bullying, okay, subject or topic. That is how you do intercontinental literature review. Bullying, space, the name of continent, for example, Asia, space, year, published. That name of continent actually can be replaced. Okay, so you can replace that as well as the year. By the way, the year should not be below 5 years back. So if you want the editor, the reviewer of your paper to get impressed with your paper, one of the techniques is to use recent sources of your literature, 5 years back. So we are now in 2021. So what is best coverage of years when you do literature review is 2016 to 2021. Or we could have it 2015 to 2020 for that matter. Okay, so 5 years back. Remember that all the time. Okay, so if you follow this particular way of organizing your literature review, then your introductory paragraph might state like, this section of the action research presents the review of related literature from different continents of the world. Okay, statements like that. Okay, you have to really establish the fact that what you did for your literature review is intercontinental. You hop from one continent to another until such time that the literature review is exhausted. Okay, I hope you were able to relate to what I'm saying. Again, once you reach Google Scholar, on the search box, you type the topic, example, bullying, space, name of continent, which can be changed or replaced by other continents, space, year the paper was published. Okay, that is how simple doing intercontinental literature review. I have conducted a 3-day training on writing an effective intercontinental literature review before the pandemic, and I was very overwhelmed with the turnout of the training because I think 90% or 95% of the participants were able to write an intercontinental literature review on the 3rd day. And I was amazed because of their passion, probably because of their interest. I was amazed because on the 2nd night, now when I subjected their work on plagiarism detection software, so majority of them got only in that range from 5 to 12, if I remember, 5 to 12 or 5 to 15 plagiarized texts, 5 to 10 or 5 to 15% plagiarized text. So that is already amazing. That's already wonderful to realize that, you know, these people are beginning to embark on research, on action research, yet they learn in 3-day time how to write an effective intercontinental literature review. So my apologies if I cannot expound, okay, the workings of Google Scholar. Okay, it's actually amazing. It's very much interesting to explore Google Scholar because aside from Google Scholar gives you the list of related studies after following what I have said earlier, aside from that, Google Scholar also offers you a ready-to-copy reference list. So you can choose there APA. So if the prescribed format is APA, you copy APA and then paste that one on your file, Microsoft file, towards the end of your paper. Formatted already. If your format, the prescribed format is MLA, you copy the MLA part. If you're a student of Chicago University, you copy that Chicago University citation and referencing format. If you're a student of Harvard University, Google Scholar also gives you that kind of format. So it's really easy this time to do a literature review. Mr. MC, are there questions so far before we proceed? Mr. MC?
Yes, sir.
Are there questions so far before we proceed?
So far, sir, there are no questions written in the chat box.
Okay.
So you may continue, sir.
I hope all participants are active up to now.
Yes, sir, they are still online. They are still in the virtual room. I will just
Okay.
make a formal interruption later, sir, if ever there might be questions that will be written in our chat box or in the comment section in our YouTube.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, let's proceed with writing the literature review. Again, what I feel this time is it's actually unusual because I cannot ask you questions directly. Now, I cannot ask participants questions directly. I cannot hear them. Okay, it's really different. But anyway, I'm hoping that I am understood with what I am talking, with what I am sharing. All right, this time we'll have writing the literature review. By the way, the whole literature review, okay, as a piece of writing is actually composed of 3 parts. Okay, for those of you who have not yet known this is composed of 3 parts. The first one is the introduction. The introduction, ladies and gentlemen, is only 15% of the entirety of the literature review. Okay, so what do you write in your introduction? Maybe 1 or 2 paragraphs. So if you intend to follow that intercontinental literature review, again, you have to prime the audience, you have to prime the readers that you're doing intercontinental literature review. And then after that, you state the main problem statement, putting forward your main idea, okay, the main objective as a topic sentence in your paragraph. Then clearly discuss the purpose of the study and its significance very quickly, okay? Because for other format of research paper, the purpose of the study or objective of the study actually has a different place, has a separate subpart in the paper. And this significance is integrated or incorporated in the introduction, in the first chapter of the paper. If we're talking about thesis or first part of the publishable paper, that background and rationale or introduction. But in the review, for your introduction, that's 15%, you just have to state or discuss very clearly the objective of the study as well as its significance in a quick manner. Third, you have to discuss factors that initially prompted you to ask the question. Okay? Questions like, how did the idea originate? And then describe how answering the question might improve practice. So since this morning, we've been mentioning the word practice or educational practice. Okay? One of the main reasons why we are doing action research is to improve or to introduce a particular change which somehow gives impact to the current educational practice. So if you think it is a problem, if you think it's an issue that needs to be changed for good, then you introduce an intervention. Then you change malpractice. Okay? Then you change negative habit. So that is how you write the introduction. And the second part is what we call the summary or the critique of the review of related literature. So we call this also the body. Okay, that is 75%. That merely evaluates related materials, that merely paraphrases borrowed text. So again, this will be expounded in a training, in a focused training on writing intercontinental literature review. And the third part, which is 10%, is justification for your research project. But you know, this is subsumed in the introduction sometimes, so that the next part would be conclusion. Okay, so this is subsumed in the introduction, and then the third part should be conclusion. So if we have introduction for your literature review, we have the body, we have conclusion. Okay, so in this presentation, I term it justification for your research project, but this is also your conclusion. Okay, 10% only of the entire literature review. Okay, so again, if this is subsumed in the intro, number 3, then we have this as the last part, the conclusion or the clincher. Okay, that is only 10% of the total literature review. So it sums up ideas and links to action research problem under study. So let's proceed to the general guidelines to writing a literature review. So I highlighted here important parts or points that guide you to write a literature review. So first, discuss the general importance of your topic for those in your field. Okay, so this could be one important consideration in the previous years, but recently or nowadays, we can actually cross-pollinate. We can actually do collaborative research. We can do interdisciplinary action research, okay? Depending on the major or main problem statement or objective of the study. But don't be lost. Again, the main concern of action research is to offer an intervention, okay, which is intended to improve a particular educational practice or to provide impact on a particular practice in which the ultimate goal or purpose is improvement. Next point as a guideline is you will use the studies in your literature review as evidence that your research question is an important one. Okay, so this is somehow stated as as significance of the study. How significant is undergoing or implementing the study or proposal? So that is when you use or offer or state evidence. Well, I have a warning here. I think I've been mentioning this since this morning. Issues on plagiarism. So please avoid this at all times. Don't be tempted to copy and paste. Don't be tempted to claim the works of others as your own. Okay? Don't forget to attribute the work to the source. Because plagiarism is to steal. Plagiarism is to use without crediting the source. Plagiarism is a literary theft. It presents as new and original an idea or product derived from an existing source. Another guideline in writing literature review is you will need to plan how you will structure your literature review and write from this plan. So this is what I said earlier. For you to be guided, for you to come up with seamless or smooth flow of writing your review, I want you to prepare an outline, okay? Your RRL plan, so that you will be guided what to write in the first paragraph, second, or that part of your introduction, and then what will be written next for your body or for the body of the review, and then for the clincher or conclusion. So everything else should be clear, should be made clear, okay, in your RRL plan. Then, of course, you have to consider expert researchers in your field and check on their research productivity. I always tell my students to use or consider sources or references. Now I'm referring to the author, to the researcher, with at least 5 publications or research outputs. So again, you can check that one on harzing.com. If you type the name of the author of the paper you have found online, type his or her name on harzing.com, and then you will know how many publications does the author have. And so my requirement for my students is at least 5. So if that author has only 3 publications, then disregard that, ignore that. Look for another more productive author. So my requirement rather is at least 5 publications. Aside from Google Scholar, you can also visit eric.ed.gov. Sorry. You can also visit Directory of Open Access Journals, or doaj.org, www.doaj.org. You can also visit www.pej.org, or Philippine e-journal or journals. Okay, so these Philippine e-journals, when you reach their website, you can see that the journals are arranged alphabetically according to the name or title of the journal. They're lodged there, they're arranged there alphabetically. So there is no reason for you not to come up with an AR proposal and later on implement an AR proposal. So I think I don't need to explain this further because these are all self-explanatory. When to commit plagiarism. So these are common errors made in literature reviews. Number 1, review is not logically organized. So again, how do we organize logically the review? By preparing an outline at the outset, at the beginning. Your outline is already in place. Okay, don't forget that. Second error, review is not focused on most important facets of the study. Review does not relate literature. Oh my God. Too few references or outdated references cited. So again, don't forget that we accept 5 years back. 5 years below, no. Review is not written in author's own words because everything is a collection of quotes, not your own. That is not good to see in your literature review. Review reads like a series of disjointed summaries. The one I told you earlier, take one paragraph from another source, then put that in your own review, another paragraph from another source, put that in your own review, until you form a literature review of your own, believing that it's already okay, but it's a series of disjointed summaries. It's a big no-no, okay? Remember that all the time. Again, I have conducted a training on this for 3 days, and it turned out very positively, and I'm very sorry I cannot give you a workshop on this and check your work one at a time because of time constraint. One big error in doing a lit review is it does not argue a point, okay? So a good literature review should argue a point. The writer, the author, argues a point. So that is actually premised on your thesis. What do you assume? What do you believe? That is usually found in the last paragraph of your background and rationale. Other formats name it introduction, first part of the paper. So towards the end of that part of the paper, you can find your thesis or the writer's or researcher's thesis, meaning what does he or she believe given the subject or research problem or topic. And that must be carried on also to your review of related literature. So what do you argue? What is your point? Okay, you have to sustain that. That's your point. And then find out in the end if what you believe is right, as supported by pieces of evidence forwarded in the previous related studies. Okay, that is how systematic is writing a literature review. All right, the next part is I would like to share with you some verbs used for referencing sources. Because if you notice, now if you read literature review, most of the verbs used are said, stated, repeatedly used, said, stated. Why not use other verbs? Appropriate verbs, okay? So I have here a list of verbs or phrasal verbs that you think or that you can use in writing your review. Why don't you use the word suggest? Okay? Recent studies outlined by Leonard, et al. Suggested, that personality and disposition play an equally important role in motivation. See? So why not use stated all the time? Why not use suggest? Argue, Leonard argued that there are 3 elements of self-perception. Contend. Mullins contended that, oh, by the way, if you write or when you write the review of related literature and you're trying to attribute the work to the source, like in this case, Mullins, your verb must be in past tense. Okay? Must be in past tense because you're referring to previously completed work. But if it is something that exist up to the present use the simple tense of the verb. But if you think that particular activity happened sometimes in the past, or if you're referring to a previously completed action, such as this, use past tense. So most of the verb tenses used in writing the review of related literature is in past tense. Okay? Why not also use the word outline, focus, define, conclude? Okay, the most common state, maintain that. Mullins maintained that job enrichment came from Herzberg's two-factor theory. Okay, why not use found? Why not use promote? Okay, you see here, it's in present tense because maybe what the writer here meant is he or she is referring to something that is continuously existing or holds true up to the present. Why not use the verb establish? Okay? Why not use the verb assert, show, claim, and many more? Report, mention, address. Okay? You see, there is not only one verb that you can use all throughout your RRL. Okay, again, the most common is stated, said. Okay, so there are many verbs. So again, we're supposed to have a workshop on exploring related literature using intercontinental searching technique, but I do not think if we have time for this, given the time given for me to give a lecture on this action research or technology-based action research. I'm biting on this particularly difficult in writing the review of related literature. But again, for a focused 3-day training, you will learn a lot because you will have workshops and I will critique your work, I will improve further your work, and from there you are learning, you're realizing on your own mistake or error, something that you can probably remember the next time you write a literature review. Okay? So, Mr. MC, may I know if we have questions?
Okay,
for
sir.
this part?
Thank you. No, thank you for giving us the chance to raise this particular question. We have a question from one of our participants written in our MS Teams. So allow me to read this question, sir, so that this will be properly addressed. Okay, so okay, so I think this question is addressed to our division research coordinator, Dr. Lito Pibahian. And this question is coming from our participant named Ma'am Richelita Embarakia. The question is this. So good afternoon. Is there a standard or format that we need to follow in writing and developing our context and rationale? So is there a standard or format that we need to follow in writing and developing our context and rationale? So this, who will answer this? Mr. Daigdig. Is Mr. Daigdig online? So Romy? Wala ko kanina. Okay, so we have this question written in our chat box in MS Teams, no? And this question is coming from Ma'am Richelita Embarakia. And her question is this. So, good afternoon. No, is there a standard or format that we need to follow in writing and developing our context and rationale? I think Mr. Lito Bahian is ready to answer this question. Sir.
All right, thank you very much, Ma'am Richelita. Well, the question is about standard or format. In the case of DepEd or in the case of our department, we have established standard or format, and I am referring to DepEd Order number 16, series of 2017, which will be given emphasis by our speaker on the third day. So again, I'd like you to reserve this standard because this will be introduced by ESDS Daligdig in our timelines.
Okay, so I hope Ma'am Barakia is listening to the answer of her query to our query addressed to our Division Research Coordinator. So we have here okay, so we will now move on to the next question written in our MS Teams. So from an anonymous participant, no? So the question is it true that soliciting ideas from other sources can produce a good action research? So the question is it true that soliciting ideas from other sources can produce a good action research? I think the right person to answer this, our speaker, Dr. Ismael Entalili. Sir, can we have your answer to this question?
All right, sure. Thank you so much for that question. Well, for beginners or even for seasoned action researchers, what I always advise them take off points to do. Number one is they have to have area of focus or research problem or topic in mind already. Okay. And then they have to have theory, okay, scholarly theory in which their research problem or scientific inquiry will be based or anchored. And the third take-off point is review of related literature. So by reviewing the related literature, the author or the researcher or the teacher researcher will then get an idea what to study and what not to study because it is overstudied. That is what I meant earlier when I mentioned that concept or expression, knowledge gap. So reviewing the literature is actually very important because from there you will get ideas, you will get to know findings of previous related studies that you can probably consider in your own study. So the answer definitely is yes. Okay, reading related studies, soliciting ideas from others or even from your colleagues who are experts. You can even talk to Dr. Bahian if you have, AR proposal or concept in mind. You can sit down with him, you can contact him or any one of your research coordinators so that you will be guided, and that helps a lot. Okay? But it does not mean, just a caveat, just a warning. It does not mean that you will be appearing like a lamb all the time. I don't want you to be like a lamb. You're appearing like a lamb. It's meek. Okay, don't be meek like a lamb. Do not always say yes. Okay, well taken. Noted, ma'am, sir. Yes. You have to have your own argument. I don't want to hear that from anyone else consulting a research proposal with me. When I hear only all the yeses, all these common responses, well taken, noted, something like that. So I want you to argue with me. I want you to open up your own argument, your own idea, and then let's discuss. Show me evidences. Show me what you have read, what you have reviewed, what you have found in the review of related studies. And then let us settle. Okay, let us fix. Let us finalize your AR proposal. Okay, just a piece of reminder. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. No, I am certain that at this point in time, the doubts that are been surfacing into the minds of some of our participants has already been cleared. So thank you so much, sir. Now, once again. So in order to give our resource speaker to rest up his throat, no, and to take some glass of water and something, so we have to declare now 10 minutes break. So this would also give time for our participants to take something, a glass of warm water or snacks. We shall be back on the session with the session will resume at exactly 10 minutes from now at exactly 3:10. 10 minutes after 3 o'clock, we are expecting that all our participants will already be back in our virtual platform. So as of now, we will enjoy the 10 minutes break. Thank you. so good afternoon once again. Now, time check all over the Philippines is the time now is already 10 minutes after 3 o'clock, and we welcome back all our participants and our resource speaker in our virtual platform. So far, we don't have any questions in our chat box and even in the comment section in our YouTube. So this is an indication that the session has been successfully traversed by our resource speaker. So in continuation of our session this afternoon, I will now give back the time to our resource speaker, Dr. Talili. Sir, the floor is yours now.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. MC. So we are back. We are down to the second.
You're heard now, sir.
Let me check if this is the second topic to the last. Thank you. Let me check if this is the last topic or second to the last topic for this afternoon. Okay, the last topic for this afternoon. Okay, so this morning we have discussed already the overview of an action research, the basics of action research, okay, including the models, including the steps, how to write an AR proposal, which is technology-based. When I say technology-based, again, we don't need to travel, we don't need to go to the library or libraries. We want to visit just to collect data or read related literature, but we can already collect them online. So I gave you scientific search engines that you can visit, that you can get scientific literature. And earlier we did discuss how to write intercontinental literature review. And for this time, we're talking about formulating problem statement, because this is also one of the things, now very important thing, that a researcher, especially a neophyte researcher, has to mind, okay, has to develop as an expertise later on, because not everybody, not all people, not all researchers, inexperienced or seasoned ones, or just like what Dr. Daligdig mentioned, the research champions, not all of them can afford to formulate problem statement which is appropriate to what they want to do for their action research. Okay. Now let me share to you my screen on formulating problem statement. Mr. MC, can you see my screen now?
Sir, you are not yet projecting, sir.
Okay, I think my PC lags. Okay, just a minute. Okay, what about that, Mr. MC? Can you see my screen?
We're about to project, sir. Okay, you are now on screen. Your presentation is now projecting.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's find out first what is meant by a problem statement. Okay, I hope everybody was able to follow through what I have discussed since this morning. And at this point, we're talking about problem statement formulation, how to formulate your problem statement. Now, before that, again, let's get to know what it is, okay? So it is a precise way of summarizing your action research. It is in your problem statement where your objective, main or specific objectives or problem statements are formulated. It is also a description of a difficulty or lack that needs to be solved or at least researched to see whether a solution can be found. Okay, that contains your research problem statement. Again, I'm inviting all of you to download my action research, which has been published in a reputable journal. Go directly to Google on the search box. You type there the title of my AR, Symptomology of Academic Theft. Does it matter if students steal? And then by Dr. Ismael N. Talili. Please check it out. No? Everything else there, so that you can see how each part of AR is written. Okay, especially that majority of you would like to know how to interpret the data or the results of the data analysis. So how to formulate statement of the problem? I usually advise, especially the beginners, to start with a topic idea. Okay, topic idea is very important. Like I said earlier, there are 3 take-off points in doing an action research. So I usually advise my students, okay, my advisees to consider 3 take-off points. So they have to have their topic idea, then scholarly theory, and then review of related literature. And then the idea here, or the topic idea, must be narrowed down. Okay, this is very basic to the who, what, when, and where for your AR. So this who usually, ask questions, or this usually elicits an answer as to who are the participants of your AR. And then the what here usually reflects the subject or problem or topic of your AR. And the when here also reflects the timeline, including the time or the month when you need to get started with your AR, and where is the setting here or the locale of your study. Okay, so that is how you narrow down an action research topic idea. Third, state or imply the nature of the study. So I give you here a phrase which will simplify, which will make your writing experience easier. Okay, so for example, you might write, or you might start your statement of the problem this way, like the research aims to, okay, you just choose any of these verbs I provided here. You can say the research aims to understand, the research aims to assess, the research aims to evaluate or improve. Okay, you see here, the magic word, which is very common in action research, is improve. It's all up to you which verb appropriate to use from the ones I provided here, depending on your objective statement or statement of the problem or your intention. And the fourth one, consider the AR model to use for your sub-problems. So somebody was asking this morning, okay, as to the importance of reflecting, the importance of acting on a particular research problem or real problem, whether it exists in the classroom, whether it exists in school, whether it exists in the district, okay, whatsoever. It's very important to adopt an action research model. Now, any of the models I presented this morning are all relevant. It's all up to you which of the models would you like to use or follow for your own action research project. So I have example here, guys. Okay, this is actually the main problem statement. Example, the purpose of this instructional design project or action research study is to, okay, you choose, assess, understand, evaluate, improve then the topic, okay, improve the learning style for, okay, grade 7 students at Gusa Regional Science High School. So that is how you state or phrase your main problem statement. So to make it easy, especially to beginners here in the virtual room, I provided here some verbs to choose from, and then what is next phrase, and what will follow, and then what will be the last, for you to be well guided on how to frame your general problem statement. Another example is this. The purpose of this action research is to introduce a behavior modifying intervention strategy for grade 7 students at Gusa Regional Science High School. This was actually my problem statement when I wrote my action research. Okay, another example, the purpose of this needs assessment, okay, is to understand the requirements for professional development for teaching online for new faculty at a community college in Magsaysay. Now, that's only an example, no? Site. Another example is the purpose of this ID project. You see the intervention here is to develop a video-based instructional module for orienting students to online learning at a virtual high school. Okay, so the intervention here is video-based instructional module. Okay. Another example, the purpose of this action research project is to evaluate the use of video presentation to enhance the learning of technical research for 7th grade students at a high school in Cagayan de Oro. So there are many ways of stating your problem. So the following actually are the purposes of research questions. So research questions basically help us focus. They guide the research we do. They provide the backbone for our study. They can answer meaningful questions in everyday life and practical issues. They can address gaps in past research. They can also be guided by theory. In terms of research sub-problem statements or research questions, I think there are three types or four. Okay, or four. But for action research, we only have the first descriptive research question, which usually talks about profile, about characteristics of our respondents or participants, as well as the process. So it usually starts with the interrogative pronoun who, or what, or how, usually what, okay, what. Okay, what is the profile of the participants or respondents in terms of, okay, if you want to profile, if you want to characterize the participants. But generally, guys, in a relationship or correlation research study, or if you use tests on significant difference, automatically you need to have profiling question as your first sub-problem statement. But if there is no test on relationship between variables, there is no test on significant difference, then profiling as the first sub-problem statement is no longer necessary. The data on your participant's profile can be integrated in the methodology section, specifically in the respondents of the study. So if you have those profile or characteristics, then you can integrate that one in that subsection of the paper that participants of the study or respondents of the study. So basically in action research, this data is integrated in the methodology section. So these are types of research questions. We have descriptive, research question again that normally starts with what, how. Example, how does interactive learning expand the literature knowledge of teachers and students? Then number 2, relationship or correlation research question. So apparently it measures relationship between variables. Third, comparative research question. So it compares, okay? It tests significant difference. And number 4, causality research question, okay? That looks into the cause-effect relationship of variables, which we do not accommodate or entertain in a particular action research project. So again, if I may reiterate, we only use descriptive research question as a type of research question for action research. We don't test relationship between variables. We don't test comparison. We don't measure causality between independent and dependent variable, such as that for experimental research. So I hope this part is clear. Now, when you join an in-depth, okay, training on action research, you will deep dive on the discussions, how to analyze qualitative data, how to perform mixed methods of analyzing and interpreting your data, rather than on causality, on relationship between variables. So I hope this part is clear. Okay, so I hope the MC is right, that when there is no question on the chat box, that means all of you in the virtual room understood my discussion. So the next workshop, I think this is one thing I would like to assign to all of you. Okay, I sent already to Dr. Bahian last night, or I think, yeah, last night or early this morning, some worksheets, and one of them is preparing an action plan, action research plan. Dr. Bahian, I'd like to know if you successfully shared the files to the participants. Dr. Bahian?
Hello, sir.
Hello?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon po.
Did you share the file to the participants?
No, I have to share pa. I will give the link, the Google Drive link, wherein they will be able to download for your assignment, for the assignment that tonight.
Yeah, maybe what we can do is let us ask them to work on action research plan. Will that be all right? Dr. Bahian?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, can you see this on your screen? Preparing research plan.
Yes.
Okay, so I do not know, help me how to organize this, Dr. Bahian, because I have no idea as to how many are actively participating in this research congress and are ready to work on this particular workshop or coursework. Because I would like everybody to work on this, and then maybe we can randomly pick maybe 5 sharers or presenters tomorrow. What do you think?
The the research plan, this is supposedly by district, and we are expecting to have outputs 52 districts, and I will give this right after your presentation. I will give this Word file for them to answer the assignment. And this is all about preparing the AR. In fact, I have here already the Drive link for them to download the Word file. So there are 6 of them. So number two, which is the prioritizing the AR problems. We have the action research plan. And one thing for sure, I'd like to share this, the AR plan, no? Slide 3, document 3, for them to answer, including also the RRL collation matrix. So I think that would be for the moment. Otherwise, you still have some instructions as to add, or as to what else you're going to want them to do tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bahian. But you know, I am worried if they can finish the writing of RRL given the rigidity of time. So I do not know if they can make that, but what I see as the most feasible work that they can do tonight is this one, preparing action research plan. So maybe we can, because it's difficult if they work by 2s or by 3s given the distance, given the challenges on internet connectivity. So I think it's okay if they will work individually on this, and then randomly we can pick 5 presenters tomorrow. So whoever will be picked shall present their outputs tomorrow, and the rest will join me in critiquing the action research plan. What do you think, Dr. Batian?
Yes, sir. Actually, the workshop is for all the participants, especially our district research committee chair, our PSDSS, our PICDs, and then we will have a raffle or a random presentation from the 52. So whoever will be the first, based on our first choice, or should I say it's a lottery method or process. So the first district to be called will be is going to present for tomorrow's session, first in the morning. So again, this workshop is for all our district research committee chair, headed by our PSDSS and our PICDs. And the mode of presentation will be randomly chosen from among the 52. So I encourage all our district supervisors, PICDs, to prepare this tonight. Work with your district research coordinators. I think you are complete, no, in terms of numbers, and let's have a presentation tomorrow. And I will give also credit to those districts that were able to do their presentation. So thank you.
Okay, so expectedly we will come up with action research plans tomorrow. 52, Dr. Bahian, right? 52 districts.
Yeah. Yes, sir. We have 52 districts.
So 52 action research plans. And we will only pick 5 of the 52 to present. And then we will resume with the lecture topics afterward tomorrow.
All right.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
So if I may explain very quickly, all you need to do is just to fill out this matrix. So the first part is on the area of focus statement or the AR problem statement or topic. And then your type of research here, is it pure or basic, meaning it is only the results of the AR project is just a contribution to the body of knowledge. Then second type is applied, meaning the results of the study will be applied, or I think you will just have to choose here applied, automatically applied, because action research usually has intervention to apply, an intervention to implement, to see the extent of improvement or to see how this strategic intervention impacted the current practice. So I think you don't need to specify here whether it's developmental or, yeah, let us just see, let us just see tomorrow if they will put pure or developmental. But again, AR is always an applied research.
Yes, sir. I'd like to emphasize that all of our 52 districts will have to submit their outputs on the same link that I will be providing after this session. And then from that 52, we will have the first 5, or should I say randomly chosen, that will present out of this 52 again. So all district supervisors shall prepare an output, and then this will be uploaded in our link that will be provided right after the session of Dr. Talili. And then from that 52, we'll be choosing 5 to present.
Okay, so to continue, so you have proposed title here. I want your idea or your AR idea or title be original, okay, not copied. Although we can replicate. Yes, Dr. Bahian, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to know, it's up to the district supervisor to endorse the presenter as one of the top 5 presenters tomorrow. So again, it's up to the district supervisor, being the district research committee chair, to endorse the presenter as one of the top 5 presenters tomorrow morning. That would be all. Thank you.
Okay, so you have the proposed title here. Though I will be lecturing how to craft an effective AR title tomorrow, but I would like to test how much or how difficult it is for you to craft a title, or how good you are in terms of crafting a proposed AR title. Then in the next row, you have definition of variables or concepts. So this can be found in your area of focus statement or even in your title. So I would like you to define here the variables. There are 2 types of definition of terms in research. The first one is operational definition, meaning you define the term or concept or variable depending on how it is used in the study. That's operational definition. The second type is conceptual definition. That means the definition is taken from books or previous studies, okay, in previous related studies that you carry on here. That is what we call conceptual definition. Fifth is research questions here. So you have to have your main problem statement, and then you have to have your specific problem statements here. So I gave you examples already earlier. So I hope you can follow what I have given you as an example. And then the timeline here, of course, you will discuss this with your colleague with regard to the start off point as well as the end point of your AR project in terms of months probably, okay? Or if you can present here the Gantt chart, much better. Then you have resources here. Hello, Lead.
Sir?
I can see a background music. Hello, Lead. There is a background music.
Yeah, it's okay now, sir. Thank you.
Okay, the next part is the resources. So you have to state here things that you need to in carrying out your action research project. Could be the budget, could be any
As the
other
country
resources.
faces with COVID-19.
Okay. And then means of data collection. What are your ways of collecting the data here? Is it through survey, through interview, through focus group discussion, or any other means of data collection here? And then you have to justify why that ways or those ways or means of data collection. So that simple, that short, your AR research plan or action research plan that you're going to present tomorrow. So I'm so excited to see and find out what are the area of focus statements that you can put forward here. I hope the district workers or coordinators or research committee chairpersons are very much realistic with regard to conceptualizing their AR plan here. I hope they will consider real problems that are, you know, that are existing in either in the classroom, in the school level, as well as in the district level. So it is up to you. And then I hope you'll also be very clear with regard to the model. Maybe we can change this, Dr. Bahian.
Sir? All right.
Maybe
Sir,
we can.
yeah,
Yes.
the final template will emanate from your presentation because I wasn't able to edit now. The one that you presented now. So again, I will be waiting for the final template, and then right after I will also upload this to the link provided. Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe we can have this one, AR model. Timeline. Okay, so do we have questions this time?
Yes, sir. Can I get other questions?
Mr. MC? Hello?
We are still fixing the some technical glitches, sir, so as we can present now the questions being raised by our participants. Okay, so this is the question, sir, from Ma'am Barakia, no, from MS Teams. She said, "Good afternoon. Is there a standard?"
What?
Okay. Okay, next question.
What is that? Is there a standard?
This is now the final question, sir. So is it true that soliciting ideas from other
repeated
sources?
already.
Okay, we are done with this, sir.
Yes.
We are done with this pala.
You should know that.
Okay.
That's been raised already.
Yes, sir. Okay. Can we? Okay. This is now the final question, sir. In writing the objectives in action research, either main or specific objective, is it necessary to use the past form of the verb and why?
Okay, good question. For the proposal stage, you have to use future tense. Okay? Or you can use the simple present. Example, the study will investigate the blank. Or you can say the study investigates the blank. So for proposal stage, you either use simple future tense or simple present tense of the verb, because the simple present tense indicates futurity of action. It can also be used as a substitute for future tense. So again, you can either say the action research will investigate the plagiarism, okay, occurrences among grade 7 students. Or you will say the action research investigates the plagiarism occurrences among grade 7 students. But if it's already in the completion stage, meaning in the finality of your research or action research project, then you have to use past tense. So you will say, the action research investigated the plagiarism occurrences among grade 7 students. Thank you.
Sir, we have another question. So good afternoon po. How many paragraphs are considered good enough to establish a strong related review and literature?
Okay, there is no magic formula as to the number of paragraphs to compose for your RRL. What is very important is you're able to exhaust the related studies. But of course, 2 or 3 paragraphs are not enough. Okay? What is very important is each concept, each variable there is in your statement of the problem as well as in your title has been reviewed, discussed, synthesized, as long as related studies has been summarized, critiqued in your literature review, then that is already okay. So again, of course, 2, 3, or 4 paragraphs are not enough.
So thank you for that answer, sir. We have to proceed with the next question.
Go
No
ahead.
more questions? I think we still have one, yung kanina. Okay, so this question is coming from... kana, wala pa man na good, wala pa na. There are participants, sir, who is asking for the soft copy of your presentation. And the query of the participant is this. So, Dr. Talili, good afternoon. I tried downloading your research, but there is a notification that publisher choose not to allow downloads for this publication. Sir?
Really? Really? Oh my God! I'm not updated on that particular protocol of the journal publication. Let me check the editor. I will contact the editor.
Okay. Okay, so
That's
thank you, sir,
actually
for clearing that particular doubts among the participants. We still have one, sir. Some of the participants are asking for the soft copy of your presentation. They are asking if you would be willing to share that for them.
That actually depends on the protocol established for the 5th Division Research Festival. But, you know, as attendee of a gathering like this, we don't all the time rely on the ready to access slides. Okay, what is very important is we're able to listen, we're able to absorb what is there meant for us to absorb. That is why we have this Q&A portion of the discussion or lecture.
Thank you, sir, for clearing that particular portion, no, to our participants. Okay, so so far, as of the moment, there are no questions written on our chat box. So I think that would signal that for you to continue with your presentation, sir. Thank you.
That's actually the last topic for today. So we will have tomorrow in the morning. Okay, so our activity tomorrow, like I said, is we will have the presentation of the 5, okay, AR plans. We'll just pick from 52 districts. That will be our activity, our first activity tomorrow. And then after that, let's continue with the next session, the next lecture on methods of instrumentation, and then guideline, qualitative data analysis, and then crafting action research title. That will be the last topic because I know that Dr. Bahian will be lecturing on APA writing format and style. And I think Dr. Dalidig also will bite discussion on the anatomy of the DepEd action research. Thank you.
Okay, so I am certain that at this point in time, no, the link for the submission of the assignments required by the participants is now being flashed on screen. So it can be seen in the lower part left, lower part of your respective screens. So you can see it now, the link where you can access the submission of your outputs, I should say.
Mr. MC? Hello?
Yes, sir, you're heard.
I already emailed to Dr. Bahian the revised action research plan template. Please tell him.
Okay, sir. I already informed him about it. So in fact, he's now holding his laptop now and trying to access the document that you have emailed to his DepEd email. Okay, so I think that ends our convergence this afternoon. No, so the first day of the 5th Division Research Festival was amazingly energizing. So the presentations were more focused and really used the opportunities of the digital medium. Lastly, I encourage everyone to follow and continue, joining the festival for the whole week. It is a worthy investment of our time. So again, thank you and congratulations to our resource speaker, Dr. Ismail Talili, for your untiring gesture of taking charge the whole day session. But before we will formally close our session today, is that uploading? So Dr. Lito Bahian instructed the management to start uploaded the template, the template for that assignment mentioned earlier has been uploaded already to that particular link. Okay, so before we will have our parting ways this afternoon, I think it would be proper for us to close our session with a prayer, and I am requesting everyone to reflect on the words that will be uttered as our unified prayer before we will part ways this afternoon. Heavenly Father, great is our amount of gratitude unto you as we savor success in our first day of our Division Research Festival. Thank you, dear Lord, for the wisdom and strength that you bestowed upon us, especially to our resource speakers. Thank you even for the guidance, protection, and stability of electricity and internet connection. Dear Lord, as we come to close this first day of our festival, may your Holy Spirit be with us and always in us. We pray for protection as we dispense our duties and responsibilities. We continue to submit unto you, dear Lord, because we always recognize you as the source of our wisdom and strength. We firmly believe that apart from you, we can do nothing. Bless all of us, dear Father. All these things we ask in your most precious name. Amen. So thank you very much, everyone, and let's call it a day.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
DepEd Zamboanga through the Planning and Research section invites you to join our 5th Virtual Division Research Festival on June 14th to 18, 2021, with the theme, DepEd Zamboanga, Gateway to Research Productivity and Publication, as we showcase 2 activities for the week. Day 1 until Day 4 in the morning will be the research capacity building for our District Research Committee team, SDO personnel, and Division Program Coordinators. Conversant and expert speakers from reputable institutions are invited for this research convergence. Day 4 morning until Day 5 of 3 p.m. will be the research presentation of the completed action research and 5 research themes. Awarding will be at 3:30 in the afternoon on the same day. Are live via official YouTube channel of DepEd Zamboanga and Microsoft Teams, produced and directed by the ITO production team of DepEd Zamboanga.